Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to the Knowledge Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. Well, found myself with a day off from work. I only take a day off from work. Circumstance that this happens, but maybe once or twice a month. So maybe surprised how often I stream, considering I never take days off. What would I talk about today? I've been watching other people on their channels. It seems to me that the same problem I've had, I see crop up in how people are reading the Old Testament, um, especially Christians. Not so much Jews, because Jews living in the area had the tradition coming out of the area at that time. They knew things like they didn't kill all the Amalekites. They know that because they were neighbors, saw each other. So Jews who know that take it as war rhetoric for philosophy, not as all the Amalekites that killed them, whichever text finds. People live in those areas, they know that. They not killed off. There are groups mentioned in the text still there. So how could they all be killed off? So it's easy, cross an ocean 2,000 years later plus to say, oh, this is historically correct. But it's not. But that's not because of the folly of the author. Not that the author was making a mistake or was just plain wrong. That's not it. In that part of the world, and citizens of the United States don't understand this. In that part of the world, storytelling is how you tell someone a truth about reality. They almost, well, in a lot of cases, they consider it very rude to be very direct, like we speak. If I say something like, Christians are ignorant and uneducated and academically irresponsible for not looking into that part of the world. Well, the people from that part of the world at that time, even up till now, they wouldn't have said it that way. They wouldn't be that direct like that. They would tell a story about someone being academically irresponsible. And then they expect you to know that it's speaking about you if it applies to you, which the person wouldn't tell you the story unless they thought that you were being academically irresponsible or intellectually lazy. It's very easy and comfortable for a Christian to think, oh, this is what I've been told my whole life, and the people who told it to me I trust, and because I trust them, I'm going to put a high rating of truth value onto the statement that they've made, and they don't check it. They don't check it at all. Peace and respect to everyone who is watching. House County Kaiju, William L. Don't recognize you. Hope to recognize you later. Maybe I've seen you a couple times. Not really sure. And Nerdy Rodent. Welcome and thank you for dropping by my little part of the world. Laziness is one of my most valued possessions. Well, there's a time to be lazy, and that's fine. We need rest and relaxation. But it doesn't mean we should be lazy about everything always. And I don't think that you are. If you were, as you claim, constantly, you're not claiming that you're constantly, but if you did mean that you were constantly lazy, well, I don't believe you, because you'd be dead. I don't think there's someone wiping your butt, making sure you don't crash your car. Peace and respect, 1 Peter Pope. First time I've noticed that name. Don't recognize the icon. And Odin, of course. You're welcome to join anytime. Links at the top of the side chat. Would love to hear your thoughts. Or you said you were possibly going to look into something, Odin. You had a great presentation, I thought, last time on Melchizedek, King of Shalom. King of peace, King of righteousness, with no mom and no dad. No mother. I don't know how Christians can think that was a person born on this earth. Again, it's academic, irresponsible behavior to just accept things like, just ignore what Melchizedek means and not happy for anyone who actually looks into these words that didn't get translated. Okay, so Christians will adopt this sense of pride that the Jews carried. Now, okay, well, that the Christians were once Gentiles compared to the Jews, and and Paul had a lot to say about that. And all are invited to become Yahvists, and that's all fine. But you don't get to adopt the pride and the prejudice of the Jewish people, along with being spliced into that trunk. You don't get to just claim that. Now the Jews can claim it, and it even makes pretty good sense that they were, before they were Jews, when they were Hebrew or Hebrew people, they were nomadic raiders, and they were fairly successful at sneaking up on other people in the middle of the night and slaughtering them and taking all their stuff. And if you're good at being a thief, and I was a thief, a literal thief of physical, tangible, monetarily valued objects, I was a thief in my youth. I was very proud of it. Why? Well, people like their stuff, and they try to protect their stuff, especially when they're aware that their stuff has some monetary value, like a street value. You could get money for it, you could sell it. So they try to protect that stuff, and they do it with the best of their intellect and the best of their resources. And to be a thief is to outsmart the person trying to protect their goods. So you're obviously smarter than they are, right? Makes sense. So the Hebrew people, the nomadic raiders of long ago, they were very proud of their success, and they carried that pride into their religion, which is why you get this idea that the Jews believe that they are the chosen people. Well, that the text says that nowhere. It says that Israel is the chosen people, and the person Israel, of course, is him that struggles with God. That's what the words mean. And then if that were a group, it would be they that struggle with God. So anyone who struggles with God is being called Israel in that same way. So there's, in that, Paul is right. Anyone who is struggling with God is part of Israel, whether you're emotionally provoked atheist, agnostic, Hindi, Zuni, any number of things. According to the text of the Bible and the ideas behind the words, you are part of Israel. And it even qualifies what kind of person can be part of Israel. In order to be part of Israel, you have to be born under one of the flags of Israel, which are the zodiac. So you have to be born onto the earth during a month of a year. And then you have to struggle with God. So that's everybody. That's anybody. Anyone who struggles with God. After all, if you had no thought of a thing and you didn't find it provocative whatsoever, and you had no opinions on it whatsoever, then you're not in any kind of a struggle, right? And that's the only way a person could be not struggling with God. Peace and respect, Embody Art. Welcome. Thanks for coming by. Hope you enjoy some of the things. I hope to provoke thought from the things that I was shown from within the text of the Bible and other religions. More than welcome to talk about that too. If so, you have a different opinion. First Peter Pope. Oh, and you're backstage. Great. All right. Just a second, sir. Let me do this. And all right. Welcome.
Good evening, mate. My first time here, and I don't want to.
Thank you very much for coming by.
I don't want to put any dampers on your conversation at all tonight. But if it's an open panel and you're worthy of both sides of listening to, without arguments and tempers being raised and stuff like that, I think we could have an amicable conversation. Because
Lovely.
I've got totally the opposite views to you. Sorry, mate. I've got totally the opposite views to you in most of the things that you've just said in the past 5 minutes of me being here. So this is the reason why I came up. Now it's back to you. Sorry.
No. We're not attacking people here. We're attacking ideas. And
yeah, I'm the same. Sorry for butting in. I'm the same. I'm only here for attacking ideas. So yeah, I misconstrued the beginning, and I'm with you on that one. Sorry, then I'll give you back the table.
No, I want to hear your opposing view, because you say it's an opposing view, but I don't know what it is.
Well, let's start with the Bible. Now, the Bible was written, many, many moons ago, and nobody really has the truth about that Bible. But the Bible is full of stories that once was told, once happened, and once was. They ain't today's stories, but yet people still hang on to that Bible and think that them stories are coming true in this day. Now, remember, what you put out there is what you perceive to see and what you're going to receive from them thoughts and them, manifestations that you put out there. You know what I mean? Because we all are in control of our own reality. And it's down to the desires and the beliefs and the things that you follow that make your day happy, sad, and everything else. Do you know what I mean? Because sometimes in your day, you may be, say, a true follower of God, and you might meet an atheist, and they upset your day. It's one of them ones. Do you know what I mean? If you understand what I'm saying, I might talk a little bit too fast. Go on.
Yes. Okay. So far, you have said old stories, people's attitudes about it, application to today, and zealots, both atheist and Christian. Now, what do you want to talk about of those four things?
Let's start with the first one, and let's go through all of them four things.
All right, cool. Between the two of us, we'll probably be able to remember all that, but it's a lot for me personally.
We can always rewind and go back.
Well, I like to go forward with it. I should really be taking it. If I knew you were going to have a list, I would have taken notes. I apologize. Okay, so all right, so the Bible is stories of things that did happen. That's the claim, yeah?
Yeah. So if they've already happened, how can they happen today? That is the question.
No, I just want to deal with that one thing, just that one premise right there. The Bible is historically accurate. That's the claim, yeah?
To the things that happened many, many moons ago, like the sea was split. The stories from yesterday, they ain't stories from today and what we're going with. See, there's a lot of people that seem to cling on to the past, and the Bible is the past. It's a book full of stories. Do you know what I mean? That's all I can see it as. Is a book full of stories, meaningful stories, and got concept into it and concrete in it that has weight. But what I'm saying, it's stories that was once told, once acted out, once was. It isn't now. Go on, sorry.
No, I'm following you, I think. If I say something stupid, just tell me about it. I'm more than willing to hear that I misunderstood something. Okay.
Same here. I backtrack that one back to me. Go on.
Lovely. Thank you for that. I appreciate the honesty. Okay, so are you saying that everything in the Old Testament actually happened at some point?
No, what I'm saying is the Bible, the Old Testament was written by King James, which is a 30-degree Mason, which has changed certain things and made it his own version. This is why it's called a King James version. It's his version. But the Bible itself, it's been ripped off left, right, and center. There is many versions of it. So the point is, if it's stories that in the Bible that we've been presented today is stories that has already happened, we don't really have, you can see that it has a similarity into today's world, but they're only telling stories that happened in their time. Like, for instance, Jacob and the mountain bush and, all of it. Do you know what I mean? Listen, I've tried to study it as much as I could to believe in it, but I'm so far from the truth. I don't even know where the fucking door is to start with. Do you know what I mean? There's so much controversy towards it. I can't believe it as truth, because if the truth was the truth, it'd be honest and be the truth. But at the moment, it seems that the truth is so pulled apart and so much has been added and taken away. I see it as a lie.
Okay, let's talk about that in just a minute. But first, I want to say, and you don't have to comment, because I Am Batman is actually busy with something else, but wanting to be on stage and listening. He's tentative. You don't have to respond. But welcome.
No, but okay. I'd like to say good evening anyway and welcome. Yeah, well, carry on. Thank you very much.
Lovely of you.
I will say this though, before you go any further. Thank you very much for giving me the time and effort to have a conversation with somebody in the way that I think for a change. Thank you very much.
It's very much a privilege. I have been humbled, and because of that humbling, I want to have an honest conversation with people. Now, 11 years ago, I wasn't that person, but I am now. Okay, so when I'm referring to the Bible, I'm not talking about the King James. I will use the King James or any translation as a glossary, but I won't use it for anything more than a glossary. Here's why. They're translations. Well, why is that wrong? Well, because there was already an oral tradition, a way of thinking, a societal overview, a collective memory of what it means. So when they did the translations, though they were being honest about their translations, the translations are obviously wrong. Let me give you an example. The Hebrew words, the Aramaic and Hebrew, right? And referring back to the Old Testament, and I mean the first line of the Bible is misunderstood by Christians on the average. Some Jews understand it, and I've gotten agreement from some certain Jews, well-educated people born into that faith. However, I can't get agreement from the Christians on what I'm about to say, Peter. In the United States, and I don't know how popular it is where you are, there's magic words from stage performance magic. Abracadabra. Have you ever heard abracadabra?
I have, yes, mate.
Okay. Now, those are Hebrew words. They're actually bara, kada, bara. Okay? And what that means is I create from voice or nothing, create. That's what it means. Okay? Which is why Harry Houdini was using it as magic words, because it's a magical claim. I'm making something out of nothing. All right? And he was just speaking Hebrew. It's just people didn't understand that. Okay? So, abracadabra appears. What's that?
And today that word is called manifest. Go on.
Well, a lot of people will use manifest to replace that. Yes, in modern terms. Crystal hugging, tree hugging, crystal rubbers and stuff. We'll say stuff like that. But not me. But nowhere in the text of the Bible is abracadabra. So it's missing the kada in order to be I made from nothing. But it does say bara, which means to recreate or repurpose or refashion something. I can show you in Strong's Exhaustive Concordance that I'm actually very accurate here. Okay. So the word bara in the first line of the Bible does not mean to make something ex nihilo. It can't. It's that idea is not even there, and they had a word that meant that, and it wasn't used. What do you think of that?
Perfect example of me saying what I says it at the beginning, that how can believe something that is interpreted 3, 5, 10 different ways. It should be
Sure.
one way, and it should be the truth and the truth only. Yeah, and it should show everything about it that means everything that it's meant to said. For us to be able to have a concept in something, like for instance, you ask somebody what a square is today. You can ask the kids today, "What's a square?" They haven't got a clue. And it's a simple question as that. We have been so dumbed down, it's frigging untrue. We have been pushed on one path, and that's Satan's path. And most people don't see it. We're angry with everybody, and we love nothing anymore. The love has been taken. The God don't sit within. That's my opinion.
And normatively, you're correct. However, a singular individual like yourself or myself, noting that in order to make that observation, must not believe that is true of themselves. So congratulations to you trying to be a better person than you just described. Okay, so, but how do I know that the words aren't abracadabra? Well, because I can look it up in the Latin Vulgate. I can look it up in the original Hebrew as far back as that goes, and I know it was recreated, but just the same. So I know the idea is not there that Christians claim, and there's even Jewish sects who understand that's not the claim.
I do, but the only thing that confuses me is this, yeah? Why is there only a selected few to... There's only a... Listen, we've all got languages, yeah? We all go to school and we all learn certain things. Like, for instance, in England, we learn French or a little bit of German and stuff like that. Why aren't we taught Hebrew? And only one book should be put on place, and that is the first doctorate, the first written book, which is in Hebrew and stuff like that, if not Arabic or whatever it's called, Arabic or whatever it's called, Why do only a selected few have that knowledge and not the whole of the rest of the world? Because it shouldn't be segregated, because it's used against us, not for the benefit of us. Do you know what I mean?
Well, in
Go
your
on, go on.
question is somewhat, and this is the first time someone said that to me, and I'm thinking about this is just off the cuff. I haven't looked at it yet, but it seems to me that would be some kind of artifact of the Catholic idea of keeping the masses ignorant by reading it in a language that they don't understand, Latin, namely. Peace and respect, savage.
So then this is where that comes into the point of the devil deceiving, because if you don't give us the language that it's written in, and you tell me in your language, you could be lying to me. Do you know what I mean?
You could be right all the way up to about 60 or 70 years ago, when the age of information really started to blossom, and anyone can look this stuff up today. Anyone.
The age of information blossomed when the internet came out. Everybody woke up. Everybody started seeing things that they'd never seen before. They're starting to, disbelieve now more than what anybody's ever believed in all of this situation. You can call it a system, like religion. It's a system. Yeah, you've got God in your heart. Your heart is God. Yeah, your mind is 3D in the way that you create yourself as a human being, but your heart knows everything. Like, for instance, you walk somewhere and you go, I feel uncomfortable here. Your body's telling you, don't step any further. So you already know, but what you do with your 3D mind is you ignore it and you carry on, and then shit happens. So for swearing.
That's okay. Well, yeah, I mean, we've got to stand on the shoulders of giants, because I can't do every chemical test or build my own car or telephone, right? So we're used to standing on the shoulders of giants, and some of those giants, historically, religiously, have been preachers and priests. So I think, at least socially, welcome. at least socially, we've come to accept that they're right and that we should trust them. I see no reason to trust anyone who hasn't proven themselves.
The point is, yeah, until you actually know that language and can speak it, have you ever been told the truth? Or have you just been told their version to control you? You know, Nobody knows the truth because you don't speak that language. You can't read that book. That is the promised land is in that book, but yet you can't speak that language. Every question that you've ever had on this earth is in that book, but you can't speak that language. I think there was only 6 people that's left on this earth that can speak that language. Do you know what I
Speak
mean?
which
Why?
language?
The one that can read that the book that's written. I can't remember. It's called Hebrew. I can't remember the language it's called. Do you know what I mean?
You
But
must be
either way,
referring not to Hebrew,
I
but
tell
to
you what.
Aramaic or something more
It's
exotic,
something
because
like that.
there's plenty
It's
of.
probably it's called one of the first languages ever spoken. Yeah, and there's only 6 people on this earth, and they're in the Pope or Vatican or somewhere on them terms. Yeah, that
Are you
have
talking
that
about
information.
Sanskrit?
I don't know, mate. I came across it. I didn't really go into it. I kind of like
Okay.
brushed over
Oh,
it,
I'm not gonna
so I
I'm
don't
not gonna
really know
press
it
you
in
on
depth.
that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't really know it in depth, so I can't really turn around and say I know it and
We
I can bring it to the
Well, we
table.
have 2 people who can read all the way back to Sanskrit and know how to pronounce it and speak it in Digital Hammurabi, which is a friend of mine on a different YouTube channel. If you look into in fact, you can learn Sanskrit and Hebrew and biblical Hebrew and all of that if you Aramaic, if you like.
No, it's not that. What I'm trying to say is that as the world is the way it is, yeah, we've been given 4 different sized, like you've heard the 4 pillars of the earth, the 4 corners of the earth, and this, that, and the other. Well, you got 4
Sure.
religions of the earth. Do you know what I mean? 4 corners, 4 religions. Do you know what I
I
mean?
think there's a lot more than 4 religions,
Yeah,
even
but
major
not
religions.
really. Not really. If you look at it, there's Christian. There's in what's it called with the Sikh. There's yeah, there's only really
Hindu.
four prominent religions. Other than that, you got sidelines called sociology or what it's called, or the Mormons and this that. Yeah, but really, you've either got Christianity, Islam.
But I'm
The four
distracting you from
corners.
your point of the 4 corners of the earth, and I didn't mean to. Please go ahead about that.
Well, the 4 corners of the earth, right? I forgot where I was going with it. Anyway, we'll go back to
The
you for a bit.
pillars, you said pillars, 4 corners of the earth. That's what you'd said.
Well, this is what I'm saying. That it's related on the 4 prominent religions. 4 prominent religions. That is Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and there's another one, Buddhism. Them are the 4 prominent figures on the earth, which most people seem to follow. Everybody else, because the lost.
Hinduism is actually bigger than Buddhism.
I'm not saying it ain't, mate.
Buddhism.
I'm not
Hindi
really.
is much larger than Buddhism, yeah.
I'm not really knowing everything. This is the reason why I'm here. I'm here to question my own thoughts, my own beliefs, my own mind by having people like you that are open minded that can at least, I don't know, push, help,
Well,
give
that's
them.
that's what I really want to talk about. And I want to go back to my first example of how Christian bias and translation is causing people to not understand the original intent of the authorship. That there there's this social problem that exists. It's not so much that we should throw away the Bible because of what people think about it. It's The question should be: does the Bible and other books like it, other religious stories like it, have value in reality? Can it help you in real life?
I think that's the first question anyone who's looking into any kind of theology should ask themselves, right? How does this help me in real life? Does it make sense in my life? And I mean, sure, there's the intellectual part of it and the spiritual part of it, but at least to me, I think the most important thing is to figure out whether or not that is, how it affects your actual daily life. Now, I do want to add context to something that you said earlier, mainly for the purposes of pondering it. So as you have noticed, right, the Bible tends to do this thing where it will make a statement, so to speak, right, or through either a story or whatever, right, and then later on clarify that story, right. So I'm getting the impression that the reason why a lot of Christians take the first chapter of Genesis to be creation of the universe, right? Is you know the popular verse, in the beginning there was the word, and the word was with God, and blah blah blah, right? And now you see that same type of verbiage throughout the Bible, right? Indication that the entity existed before the world, right? Now, I'm not disagreeing with what Genesis 1 says. It's clearly stating that the planet is essentially being terraformed, right? Um, but I do understand why most Christians would look at that. They'll see other verses and be like, well, I think this is saying this. You see what I'm saying? I
Sure.
think that's what motivates drawing parallels, even though realistically they're not saying the same thing, right? One is saying something different. Like, you can say God existed before the universe or God created the universe, but that specific line, that chapter, was not saying that. But I do
Right.
understand the motivation behind it, because maybe they're looking at later scripture that um, and using that to clarify that piece of scripture.
Right. I
Well,
argue with Christians that two or three witnesses can't mean how many times can I apply my own bias to different verses in the Bible and get the same result.
I'm
That's
not trying
goofy.
to do.
That's not what two or three witnesses. Go ahead, sir.
I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm trying to question the way that I think. Yeah, like for instance, right? I've come across on my journey by going deep in the Bible and looking for Jesus, this, that, and the other, and everything else, like many people do in life. Yeah, and I've come across a story that says that the Bible is only about the sky above. The sun, the sun that we see every day, is Jesus. Do you know what I mean? The Son of God. The Son of God. It's the only Son of God that's in the sky. It's the only Son of God creation that's in the sky. Do you know what I mean? Which makes more sense to me than a
That's
man. No, listen, hear me out. Than a man coming down on this earth that had to learn all the religions and everything else that claims he was a son of God. He should have had that all knowing and presented it from there. He shouldn't have travelled from the age of 12 to the age of 32, 33, going around the world learning religions. He shouldn't have done that. Yeah, he should. He is just a prophet, just like Muhammad. Full stop. Full stop. It's the same person,
well.
but with a different name. Go on.
Aren't we just arguing whether or not what the text says versus what Christians say about it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the book itself is talking about the galaxies above us. It's not what's happening down here on Earth. It's what's happening up. It says look up in the Bible. It's all happening above. Same as what's happening above is happening below. This is where that comes from. You just don't look up. You think below is beneath you. You are the below. Do you know what I mean?
Actually,
But you're not
that's very
looking at it that
profound. Maybe
way.
more than you know.
Like they say, those that have eyes to see and those that have understanding will make the jigsaw puzzle come together. Every piece of the step you take is the next step in that jigsaw puzzle, your life's journey. Now, I don't know how you want to see your life's journey, but this is the way I'm seeing my life's journey. Uh, uh, Earth is the school. I'm here to learn right from wrong. Yeah, hurt, everything, hurt, pain, everything, goodness, happiness, it all in one emotion, and that's called life. So every day I'm going to receive a little bit of this and a little bit of that, sometimes more of this and sometimes more of that, depends on the way the day goes. Do you know what I mean? Now that's life exception for you, for when you pass away and your soul leaves your body, you lose 4 pounds. Do you know what I mean? So
Actually,
that means that your soul is real, and then it's carrying on to somewhere else. Not just that, we've got ghosts.
I don't know where we're getting 4 pounds from. The only
Well,
measurements ever
okay,
taken in 6, and 4 of them were successful measurements, and 2 were not because they were interrupted measurements. Was 21 grams, which is why there's a movie called 21 grams.
yeah,
But aside from
don't get me
that,
wrong. I'm just talking hypothetically. I didn't say I was precise. I was just,
sorry.
and you was right with the precise number, 21 grams. You dead right. I couldn't remember what it was, but either way, your body loses 21 grams of weight when you die. So something leaves your body, and they say it's your soul. So let's say that your soul does leave your soul
Big
body.
big thought.
So then there is somewhere else you go. We've got ghosts. We got what's it called, poltergeists. We got all these things happening around us. Invisible people that you can see, moving things. Where do they come from? And not just that. If you look into Nikola Tesla,
Too many topics, Peter. It's
I know,
just
yeah,
too many topics. We're not going to be able to talk about all that.
I'm not openly trying to talk about it all in one go, but I will get back to your subject in a minute. But what I'm saying is the world of information is so vast that connects to the Bible. That makes me deter that anything that's said in that Bible is relevant today. That's where I got with that one.
Well, all of the human observations are going to be relevant today because human nature doesn't change. I mean, it's biological and somewhat social, but it doesn't really significantly change over time. So, of course, those things are still true. They always will be true. But I'm much more interested in that which is informational from within the religious stories that can't have been made up by man, could not be observations of us, about us, which I would go back to Genesis for that easily. According to the most recent and mainstream science, you can't have water forming on the earth until there's an atmosphere. And then after that, simpler plants, some things that are kind of plant animal-y. I don't know. I differentiate whether or not it has a gut tube. If it's a gut tube, I say if it has a gut tube, I say it's an animal. But that's kind of subjective. And then more complex plants, more complex animals, and finally mankind. So science is in total agreement on that. I mean, there's really nobody who argues that things have to come in that order. And we see that in the fossil record. We see that in the genetic record. Okay, so the reason you only hear atheists, agnostics, skeptics, etc., arguing about the sun in the 6 days of creation is because it's the only thing out of order. That's the only thing, is the sun. And there's a problem with that. It's actually a translation problem. See, the Hebrew, they don't have conjunctions like we have. And we've actually taken quite a lot from the Hebrew language, so I can give you this example. If I say light, do I mean a light fixture? Do I mean the light bulb? Or do I mean that I can see in this room? What do I mean by light?
Or illumination of knowledge too.
Yeah, it can be used that way as
And
well.
I will go with that one.
Mental
That's the answer.
enlightenment. Okay, so you have to know which Hebrew word was being used in order to know which one it's referring to. Okay, so there's or and mayor, and may, I can't remember which one is right. But one refers to the light source. In this case, in our solar system, that would be the sun, and the other one refers to enlightenment or atmosphere, the things you can see around you. Like right now, there's light in this room, and there's no light below my hand shining upward. But you can still see the bottom of my hand. It's not total darkness, right?
Yeah, because light is all around.
Down here pointing upward, but you can still see it.
Penetrates darkness. Yeah, light is the God-given light that we see.
My point is that it refracts.
It's yeah,
And that's
they're
why we use the word atmosphere to describe how light is refracted in a room to make it attractive or not. It's because it's literally what the atmosphere does. That's why that's the same word. Okay? So the Hebrew word used there is atmosphere, not sun. It's just a bad translation. It's a bad idea. So the Bible claims thousands of years before the science that these things happened in a certain order, and they did, and we know because of physics they must. There's no choice about it. And yet people will look at that and go, "Oh, it's just, claims of magic." Well, no, it's just not.
Can I give you a theory of my imagination of where I've gone with my thoughts with this religion and the Bible and everything else? It may be out of this world, and yes, you're more than welcome to contradict me and put your pennyworth in at the end. I believe that I was once whole, once perfect, like a plane, a glass, a mirror, or something like that. And something happened where I got shattered, and I ended up being a million pieces. Yeah. And each one of them million pieces, even the shards, never mind the big pieces and the small pieces, even the shards, them little pieces that get hidden, even that is still me. Because without them, I'm not whole. Yeah. So I'm lying on the floor now, shattered in million pieces, say billions of pieces. Now let's say each one of them pieces is you, him, and me, and the rest of the world. Who's the God? Answer that one.
I'm not sure I can glean from what you said the answer
I say it
that I
again.
should give.
Let me say it again. If I am whole, in other words, a complete square, rectangle, triangle, whatever it is to begin with,
Yeah.
I'm either a plane of glass or a mirror or something that can be shattered. And I'm shattered into a billion pieces. Now remember, I was whole to begin with. Now I'm shattered into a billion pieces. Even the shards, the little splinters, even that's me. And even that is needed to put me back together like a jigsaw. Yeah. But in the meantime, if you look at every shattered on the floor, but if you look at the glass that's shining, you could say that's every individual that's living on this earth. We're all one person. Yeah. But shattered. We haven't woken up to where we're coming from. We're listen, the only thing is this: your body, your mind has all the knowing. Now, by looking into a book and not looking into yourself, says all that you need. You're looking on the outside and not looking on the in. God gave you all the answers. You was born with a cliff above your lip. He says, shh, find out for yourself.
Okay, well, I have a lot of real world problems with that as an assertion. I do not know the contents of every book ever written. I haven't read them. I do not know that.
No, but you're focused on one. You're focused on one
I
more
can
than
keep going
any
like
other.
that. Okay, let's simplify it. The physically simplest thing I'm aware of is the hydrogen atom. I'm also aware that there's a lot to know about a hydrogen atom. I'm also aware that I don't know everything about even just hydrogen. In fact, there's nothing that I know everything about. I think your assertion is not true.
Let's talk about music for an instance, and just in line in what you're talking about. Music has a certain vibration that gets you in the mood, gets you up and dance, gets you feeling good, and this, that, and the other. It's good vibrations, yeah. Now your life is full of vibrations, happy vibrations, sad vibrations, whatever vibrations is given to you. Do you know what I mean? Now you are the man that you are the person that is called a box or something that a conductor. It would be the best one. Now you conduct your own intake as a conductor. Now if you're getting too much of something that's bad, well then you'll turn that off and you'll move to something that's trying to highlight you and make you feel more comfortable. That is what we are. We are conductors. Now what we're doing in life is we're conducting from others. This is the reason why I'm here tonight, to influence myself by greater thoughts, by listening to people like yourselves that I think that I kind of like lost in the way I thought, because you're still latching onto things that ain't real. And the first thing that ain't real is the Bible, like I said, and I'll say it again. The Bible is full of stories that are already told. It's already happened. So if it's already happened, it ain't happening fucking again. Do you know what I mean? So let go of the Bible and learn from the Bible on the way that you need to be as a man today. Look at the story of Jesus Christ and what he done. Then why can't you do that? Why can't you mirror image him? Do you know what I mean? Let's go back to when I says I was once whole as a pane of glass, shattered, millions of pieces. I am now having to find every one of them pieces to put myself together before I die for me to go back home. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right. Well, I have problems with what you're saying there, and please don't take that personally. I'm not attacking you.
No, I'm open to thought, mate. Listen, it's not criticism. It's a perception of a thought, which is more than welcome, because, like I says, I'm coming with the way I think. I want to hear the way that you think. You've gave me the chance to put my side. I'm now listening to everybody else's side. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thank you for being here. Okay. I find that for myself, I always want to do the best that I can to whatever goal I establish, whatever should, you know? So what I do is I try to take everything that I do know and I assess all of that. And that might include like evidential things, epistemic things, emotional things, moral things, and I'll try to decide what I should do. And eventually I'm going to try something, but I have failures. Well, why do I have failures? I have failures because I am missing certain pieces of information that would matter to the situation, right? And then as I go forward and I see the same thing again, and I learn more, and I refine what I've done in the past, and I have more and more and more success that way. That is, I'm learning. I'm seeing new things, right? And I think that's the case for everyone. No one is aiming to fail unless they have some kind of mental issue, which does exist. But anyway, that's aside from the point. It's rare. So the reason we're having failures is because we're lacking information to base and judge our future actions upon. That's how I experience reality. Okay, so I don't think I can collect all of the shards. I don't think that's even possible. I don't think that, even though it's a noble effort, it's a beautiful idea, I just don't think it can be done, especially in less than 130 years.
And I would, my only comment to what you said would be your assertion that you sort of went from music is vibrations, which, if you mean like audio, like physical vibrations we get in our eardrums, yes. But then you went to, it makes you feel good vibrations, which is a term that we use that, you know, a lot of people will refer to, but what does it even mean? I know what it means, good vibrations.
Okay, then I'll come back on that one.
But
I'll come back on that.
It, like, are you referring to some energy field?
Yes, it boils down to vibrations in life.
Then,
see, all that you are is an energy.
My only comment would be, just after clarifying that, is I would need some sort of evidence or demonstration.
Okay, then let's go to 5G. Why are they pumping out 5G? Well, what they're doing with 5G at the moment is they're putting out a low vibration that keeps us all in a low density. And what it does is keeps us angry. Look at the world today. Look at everything that's happening on YouTube. Nobody's happy. Everybody wants to argue, right? That's because that's caused through a low frequency. Now, the higher the frequency, now we should be on a 7.5 kind of like frequency, same as a what's it called? Something inside SPI or something, your water intake, it should be 7.5. We should be on that balance. That will give us the goodness, the right way of thinking, harmony, all these sort of things. But at the moment, the powers to be know how to manipulate us through vibrations, and if they keep us, this is why 5G is out there. If they keep us under a low vibration, all we're going to do is argue, be depressed, want to take everything. Now, see, we have a body. If you look at it, see, I don't know if you want to see it godly or whatever, but I see it as a machine. We have a body. If you can use it right, you can beat everything and anything. Thought is your progress that you start with and end up with at the end of the day. Now, that thought, whether it's positive or negative, will treat your body in the manner that you want it to be treated. Because remember, it's not about what's outside, it's about what's inside. Yeah, you are a doctor, you are everything. But it depends on how deep you want to go with your thoughts. Remember, vibration. And there's a thing called Spooky 2, just to show you through vibrations and colors, which the vibrations bring, like ultraviolet, blue, pink, white, and stuff like that. Yeah, if you treat your body, and it's called Spooky 2, you can look it up. It's on YouTube, on the internet. You can, and it's using vibrations of the colors through glass tubes to heal knee problems, back pain, this, that, and the other. Yeah. There you go. Information is out there if you want to seek it. If you want to stop yourself and lock the door behind you and say, I've got to be religious, I've got to believe in God because I want to go to heaven. No, put up with this and say this and be honest with yourself. Let's please make sure it's the truth before I go there, because the devil could be deceiving me. And most people don't see the Bible as a deceiving object. Everybody's running to it. It's not an open door. Look what are YouTube doing? They're repressing the truth. They're keeping the truth away from you. So why is the Bible out there so openly inviting? Really? You really want to go down that path? Really? Because they're not hiding the fucking truth for nothing and then giving you the truth in a book. Really? Come on.
I do have some questions. When you receive information, do you have like a internal process that you can use to parse things out? For example, how do you know? Do you have a process to determine, what is connected from what isn't connected whenever you're trying to, whenever you're processing information that you receive?
Yeah, I do. And what I do, right, is I go over it 500 times. I find somebody else that's speaking about it in a different way of bringing it across. Then I find somebody else that's bringing it across in a different way to see how I change it. So this is what I keep doing. Yeah, every day of my journey. Now, an accident happened to, I'm 56 now, but an accident happened to me when I was 22 years old. And that, before that, I didn't really know too much about God, Jesus, and this and the other, or anything about religion. Honestly, I really didn't. Anyway, not that it was hidden from me. I knew little bits and pieces through school and RE and stuff like that, but I wasn't really a religious guy until I had an accident happen to me at 22. When an accident happened to me at 22, I've looked really deep into this. Yeah, I've really tried to find Jesus. I've really tried to find God, and I've really tried to ask that question, why? Now I found the answer to the question why, because for that to happen to me at that time, it made me go down this path. Yeah, because otherwise, if I didn't go down this path, I'd be like the rest of the world that gets lost in the information that's given. Now, one thing I have learned from going down that path, yeah, is I became a bit of a psychic. I instantly know. I can walk in a room and I can instantly know, and at the same time, I can predict certain things that will happen. I don't do it. I did do it first, but I don't do it anymore. But either way, they seem to come true. Now, I'm not saying that I've got some kind of like magicness around me. I feel vibrations. I feel connection. I instantly know through the way that my body presents it, then gives my from my body, then gives me a thought to look into it and make sense from it. And it's the sense I make from it that makes me right. And I've been questioned myself many a year. I gave up on it. I don't really speak to many people about it because I find it like, if we're going down the biblical way, it was given to me via the devil. Do you know what I mean? So I don't really
Why?
know how to look at it other than a gift, which I'm refusing. Go on.
Wait, what? Why are we saying we're giving it by the devil? Again, we are talking about what people think instead of what the text actually says. So if we're going to refer to the Bible, let's refer to all of that it has to say on some certain topic. So it says, it does claim that prayer can be informational, that everything received in the spirit of prayer must be tested against reality to be shown true or false. And the only rational reason for that is because a person can receive a lie. The liar is satanic. However, if you receive something that is true, it could be angelic. So it needs to be tested. Okay? So I experience the same thing that you're describing you experience. Now, I have found an internal kind of a switch. I can turn it off when I need it. I can turn it on when I need it. And I experience these knowledge things that prove out to be true in reality that are from outside of my experiential range. I do shows where I teach people how to do this. If you want to look at some of my playlists on the lives, you will find something called prayer practice, where we actually in real time have people know things they can't possibly know, and then prove them false or true. And there is some success rate in that. So I'm trying to decide if you and I are just using different language to say the same thing, or if we're saying very, very different things. Because it seems to me you're a poet, and I'm no one's poet. I am hyper literalistic. I say everything very, very carefully, and when it gets down to it, I'll use philosophical terms of things like claims of what knowledge means, But if you're just saying this poetically, then you and I can agree a lot. But if you're saying that this is literally what's going on, is that vibrations affect me as a living biological, and from that I extract information from some unknown or even from self of things that I can't know. You don't know what you don't know, and you can't know what you don't know. And
I can,
the fact that you couldn't even said that sentence the way that I just said it shows that there's two different brains that are interacting here, and
I
that what
agree.
we're having is communication.
I agree. Can I pause you for 5 minutes? Yeah. You're dead right. You hit the nail on the head. I got a brain injury.
Okay.
This is the reason why I'm questioning things in the way that I do. And no, I'm not going down it in a poetry way. I don't even know I'm using poetry in anything I'm saying. I'm trying to connect. I'm trying to use the right words which make sense. Yeah. And if it
Okay.
comes down to poetry, most people go with poetry because, you will refuse a lot of words that I say. But if I don't use poetry, well, then, see, a lot of people are quick to refuse. But if I use poetry, they'll go down that poetry track and then hear the words I says twice instead of the first time when they ignored it. It's like I say about this angelic world, as you were just speaking about me get given a gift. I don't see it as a gift. I just literally, you say you can turn it off and on. I can't turn it off and on. It's there all the time. Like, for instance, I was guided to you tonight to have this conversation as far as I'm concerned, because it's a very deep conversation and I'm learning a lot from it for myself. You may not think that I am, and I'm not even reading the chat. I'm just listening to the four of us, but only me and you at the moment is really talking. I'd like the other two to bring something in where so I can sit down and listen to another two
Have you
people's
ever
side.
considered the
What
idea
you
that you
do.
might have a switch to turn it off? Have you tried?
Uh, I've tried many things. That switch is somebody else's fingers are on it. It's not mine. I'm instantly number 10. Get your
Okay.
fucking fingers off it. To get
And
me.
now, when I first started experiencing this at age 42, I felt much the same. It was true as what you just described, that it's involuntary. There's nothing I can do about it. There's no way to turn it on and off. And I thought those things were true when it first started. Now, you said early on in life this started with you, and you've been putting up, and I'm going to say putting up with, because for me personally, it was extremely frustrating to feel and know too much about people that I really wasn't concerned with and didn't need to know.
Yo, I swear to God, I can't explain my journey. I got an instantly knowing when the accident happened. I stepped out of your world, or most people's worlds that they live today, and I stepped into a world of loneliness, confusingness, nobody listening, nobody hearing. I'm looked
I'm
at as an
hearing you.
idiot and twat and this, that, and the other. I thought, well, with this, mate, I literally seen. I can see clearly now the rain has gone. Believe me, and I did when I was 22. It happened overnight. It was an instant
Well,
change, instant, right?
I have to agree
I
with
see
you that
through.
it's not a blessing if you can't turn it off.
Well, I can't turn it off because I've lost how to control it over the years because I didn't. I disbelieved it. I believed it. I disbelieved it. I believed it. So I don't know whether I'm in the middle or on the outskirts or even involved in any
So,
part of it anymore. Do you know what I mean? Go on.
so I think what can help here is to understand certain things. So the way how it seems you're conveying your ideas is through abstraction, right? Essentially, what it is, it's like a process of using concepts that might like differ from reality to convey ideas, deep ideas that you have internally, right? And it's not necessarily a bad thing. You'll find people use poetry sometimes to express those ideas. However, um, one of just like everything else, it's kind of a mental tool that we use, right? Some more so than others, right? I write poetry, and I'm a very artistic person, and despite that, I'm also a technician, so I think very logically also about a lot of things, and sometimes those ideas clash. When I have trouble expressing certain things, I go to abstractions, and that typically manifests in me using poetry, um,
Can I quickly
or
stop you there a sec? What do you mean by abstractions? What are you abstracting? Go with that one first.
so so abstractions. So let's say I want to convey an idea, saying, um, there are people on the planet that that lack self-awareness, right? Now, I don't know how to put that in words that are very clear, right?
I
To fully
basically get
express
your
that.
concept. I basically
Yeah,
get your concept.
yeah. So I use poetry to do that, basically.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah. Now what you're doing, instead of using poetry, right? This is why Richard uses the poetry language, is that you're using different aspects of reality to convey your understanding of reality, even though to other people's brains, right? It might not, certain things aren't going to connect, but to you it makes perfect sense what you're trying to convey. And
And
so
what you're saying is perfect sense to me. So carry on, yes.
a person like, let's say, me and Richard, for example, because we have kind of, pretty much the same brain, right? We can empathize and kind of get to the point that understand the point that you're trying to make using your abstractions, right? So
Brilliant.
there's a few things that can be done to kind of help you with that, because it is a stressful state to be in constantly. And
You don't
it
need
can
to
be
tell
very,
me that one, mate. I know that one, mate. Mate,
yeah,
my jaw is locked like a dog's jaw when it's biting at some meat or something. It's locked all day. Yeah, I got teeth problems because of it. I can't let go of the jaw lock. My fists get clenched, and I don't even know I'm doing it. I'm very tense in the way that I move. I'm not loose. Yeah, I'm not frightened of nothing. Literally, I don't feel say that I'm frightened of anything really. At the end of the day, if it happens, it happens, and I'm free to go. But at the same time, why am I so tense? What am I really frightened of? What am I really frightened of letting go? I'm holding something tight. I'm not, and I don't know what it is. And this is, it's a very see to get to the end. You've got to be relaxed. You've got to have absorbed everything and let everything else go. Your dog, your cat, your son, your daughter, the moon, the sun, the nights, the days, the food, the water, everything you are, and you've got to let it go for the day you go. Other than that, you're going to live in torment. If you can't reach to a balance of harmony on the day that you die, like I've been watching near death experiences, people leaving their body, dying. They're not. I don't see the spirit leaving the body, but they're dying. Do you know what I mean? And they're calling out for the spirit world. I just don't want to be duped when I walk into that fucking next world by a demon to turn around and say, "Oh, you've been listening to the Bible stories. You're coming with me." You get me? I ain't having none
yeah,
of that. I ain't having none of it. So I'm
yeah.
questioning everything. I'm alive today. Go on.
So so I have two questions. They're just questions for clarification. They're not like anything personal. Um, when was the last time you've experienced something that was interesting and move on? You didn't think about it after, you didn't process it after, you just experienced it and moved on.
22 when the accident happened. Everything is looked at
Okay.
50 million times, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's inspirational for me, them, or somebody else. Yeah. I'll tell you what I do, right? I've gave up on myself and me being happy. I'd rather give my happiness to those that need it. Yeah, because I got a lot of happiness to share, which can't be shared with an individual. It can't be shared with an individual because what I've learned since my journey to where I am now, like I say, I was 22, I'm 56 now. So I've gone through a hell of a lot of situations to have to learn how to deal with this situation. I'm a very fiery and I got a bad temper at times. Yeah, this is the reason why I question vibrations with these 5G towers and stuff like that. Because me personally, in my heart and soul, I just want to be at peace and I just want to love and give. Even if it's only
Okay.
5 pence and you're in need of 5 pence, I will give it. That's all I want to do. But it seems that, hold on, let me finish. It seems like that when I go on the streets, I have to hide because otherwise I'm going to get into a fight. Go on.
There's a comment in the chat, Peter. I'm wondering if this is a good explanation of your standpoint or your view. Hillary's email says God fracturing himself into bits for self-examination.
Brilliant.
Like Paul's dark glass dimly analogy. I'm not sure of that one.
That is brilliant. And thank you for that thought because now I'm going to take that home. I'm going to see myself, even better gratefully from that comment because if God shattered himself and made the world and I'm a part of God, well, wasn't God asking for us all to come back? Even if you're a shard, even if you miss that shard, I cannot be a whole. Every part, every splinter, everything's got to come back. This is what I'm saying. Let's go home, peeps. Stop believing in the bullshit that we're told.
That's pretty profound, actually.
It is. Now, my other question, Peter, is when was the last time you've seen something or heard something and it doesn't have any intellectual, emotional, or religious or spiritual value, but you focus on just experiencing it?
Love from others, love how they present, they give, how they, act. Like for instance, right? For over 10 years, I've closed myself off from society because I got into a lot of fights because of the way I speak and this and that. A lot of people got angry. You know what I mean? And I ended up with a lot of black eyes, even though I've only got two. You know what I mean? I could count them up. I could have had 102, but either way, my point is this: yeah, I'm not out to fucking fight with people. I'm out to have a discussion with people and bring some diversity in the way that you think. Yeah, the reason why I bring the diversity in the way that you think is because I have that diversity within. Yeah, and I can't balance myself in the way that a lot of people think on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? So I'm seeing it as like a troll, an agitator, this that, and that. But no, I'm just I'm an open sort of person that's got a lot of questions I want to ask. A lot of these questions people are frightened to ask, and I don't understand why. This world is a spiritual world. You have a soul in this man-made conception of a body. While you're here, you're having a 3D experience of a human. In the meantime, you are not what you perceive yourself to be. And I know that through that accident. Listen, it changed for me overnight. And I'll tell you something. I was asked a question, and I wasn't somebody in front of me asked this question. But when I went through that kind of like drift from the age of 22 to the age of 24 to 26, I would say, I was asked a question because I was constantly crying. I don't want us constantly crying. I was asked a question in my mind, and that is, and I was presented
This is after your accident, just for clarification? Yeah. Okay.
After the accident, yeah.
Okay.
It was the accident happened in 22, so from the age of 22 to the age of 26, in my mind, I was asked a question because I constantly cried. I cried for 10 years, not 6. But either way, after 6 years, I think personally, I do remember having a thought of, what side do I want? Do I want this side, the way that you lot live, or do I want the side that I've got? And I was looking through a window. I was given a window to look through, and I seen myself going back to me. And I seen myself behind this window at the same time. It was mad, man. It was a crazy fucking thought that was given to me. And I said, I want that behind the window, but I was kept behind the window. I was never given it back. Go on.
Before your accident, right? Did you do a lot of internal pondering, and did you have an internal voice before your accident?
No, I got my brain injury. I got from the age of 3 years. Hold on, I got my brain injury from the age of 3 years old, and from the age of say 5 to 7 years old, I committed suicide. I don't know how many times until I was the age of 15. Well, I stopped at the age of 16. Put it that way. It never worked.
Okay, so you went from a state of at one point in your life, you went from a state of not having deep awareness, self-awareness, and self-contemplation to just essentially being flooded with that. That's basically what you're kind of experiencing, right?
In a kind of a way, yes, but I think that you have the concept off kind of to the balance which I received. What happened? Yeah, it was like I say, and the only way most people don't understand it in the way that I can really the way I felt it, and it was literally a crossroads. When I had the two cross, yeah, and if you put the next cross together, it makes one whole cross. Yeah, if you put a C and a C together, it makes a whole cross. Now I was given one part of the C. When that accident happens, I've been given another part of the C, and this is what I'm saying, that most people that I speak to on this earth, literally, are still in that one part of the C. And if you put two C's together back to back, it makes an X. X marks the spot. Honestly, I swear to God. I ask questions like this. How stupid is this? But I ask questions like this, me going through from the age of 3 to the age of, say, before I got to the age of 22. I ask questions like this, yeah. What is the purpose of life? And the age of 22, I got my fucking answer. It's mad.
So I'm gonna make two statements, and I'm going to somewhat paraphrase what I've learned recently, and this shocked me on so many levels. But apparently, close to 50% of the world's population do not have an inner voice, or inner self-contemplation, like a specific method of like going through that, as in they live and experience things as they go, right? And as someone who has a inner voice, go through a lot of deep inner contemplations, and inner visualizations, right? That was very shocking to me. So now, when you run into a situation and you're trying to convey certain thoughts and ideas to people who are not of the same proclivities as you, right? Um, they, for one, most likely not going to be interested, and even if they are interested, they're probably not going to be able to understand the way how you convey things, especially through abstraction. So that's probably one of the reasons why you run into a lot of friction when you communicate with people in your real life.
Once again, nail on the head. Once again, nail on the head. Listen, I know I
Richard,
have
check the
problems.
private chat, mate. Sorry.
Sorry, mate. I will do in a sec.
No,
But yeah.
Richard.
Oh, sorry. Nail on the head, mate. Yeah, you did right. There is a lot of what you just says true that resonates with me, and you know, I'm not. I kind of like lost myself from the guy above. Sorry, mate. You know, I've lost myself. Sorry.
Sorry, Pete.
Oh, I was just saying that a good percentage of the Earth's population of humans do not experience what me, you, Richard, for example, experience internally. And so there is a conflict of communication
Yeah.
when it comes to a lot of things, and that can be, very stressful on both
So,
parties.
so I will agree with you 100% in every word that you just says. But what we've got to do, look at us all here, right? We all think that we've got a message that we want to give to somebody. If not, just talk to them about the message that we feel that we've been given. Do you know what I mean? To me, I find, like, let's go to the Bible, back to the Bible, because we started with this. I feel that the Bible is from above, same, as they say, above us, same as below. The Bible is the stars, but we're not seeing it. We're taking it as a man 3D conception because man 3D put that conception of thought in our mind. We're greater than this. All we've got to do is let go of what you hold. Listen, no matter how much money you got, you're not going to die with it. No matter how much property you got, you're not going to die with it. Let it go. It's a 3D conception of having when you have nothing at all. Do you know what I mean? What you need to do is share the moment with the next person around you and try to bring or evaluate them up to the point of love. And that's what we should bring back instead of this hateful bullshit. Oh, we got hate laws today. Why haven't we got love laws? Come on, if you got one law, you got to have the other. You can't have one opposite without the other opposite. You can't have wet without dry. So if there's hate laws, where's the love laws? Come on. Nobody's talking about that. Go on, I'll leave it to everybody else. Sorry, mate.
Oh, no problem. And I mean, what you're saying, again, it's very intuitive, right? But if you look at most people who don't engage in the type of mental activities that you kind of go through to process all of these things and ask these questions, right? Your suggestion to them, it's going to be seen as ludicrous or not making sense, right? Now, is there ways to convey your thoughts to people who don't do the same type of contemplation you do and communicate the same way you do? Absolutely, there are ways to do that. However, there are you have to develop a process in which to convert the data that's in your mind into consumable information, right? Like take for example, I can use poetry to express certain ideas, right? But then there are certain ideas where I would use, for example, critical thinking and reasoning to convert certain ideas, right? Because it allows me to parse out a lot of the fluff, right? So I can get to the point and convey whatever I'm conveying in a verbally efficient way, if that makes any sense. So there are tools that you can use to help you out a lot. In the way how you communicate and how you share your thoughts and ideas. You're probably just not necessarily privy to them as yet, but on this channel, eventually, you'll learn a thing or two. Typically,
Well, I tell you what, I haven't subscribed yet. I will do when I leave the channel. But I tell you something, yeah,
do it.
I have been very welcome tonight to be able to release my mind, my thoughts, and everything else. Nobody's spoken over me. Everybody was courteous towards me and everything else. And I will say the same back to you. What you just turned around and says, yes, I am lost in a lot of what you just brought forward. Believe me, I really am. And this is the reason why I like to have conversations instead of arguments and debate. I'd like to have a conversation. Listen, you're not right. I'm not right. What we're doing is bringing two like-minded minds together. Yeah, we're all looking for the same things. Yeah,
Iron sharpens iron. Is that the phrase?
That's one
Say
way you
again?
can say it.
But either way, what I'm trying to say is that I've got pure love in my heart, and all I want to do is share my moments with the next human being that has pure love in their heart, that can share the same moment together, and both have a wonderful feeling from the end of it. Let's go back to a quick thing of divide and conquer. Yeah, religion is there to divide you, because other than this channel, most channels I go on to have conversation about religion and bring my point of view up, I get into arguments, debates, and people want my fucking doorstep me and this, that, and the other. I'm like, what, really? Do you know what I mean? But anyway, I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna leave you to have a chat because I seem to be overriding the whole conversation, and it's not my channel.
Wait. No. That's not the case. The case is that Sammy and Odin or Batman, also GS King Bluto, Marty Camejo, several that are here, are addressing you because you're brand new to this channel, and most of us already know at least a lot of the preliminary ideas that are being presented here and are familiar. So we're giving you special attention on purpose, not because you're hogging the airspace, but because we want to.
Yeah. We kind of already know, as much as possible, what each other thinks on these matters, because we've talked about them for years and years. So it's nice when a new person comes along,
Well, thank you.
offers
Well,
a new
thank you very much
perspective.
for your welcoming, all of you. Thank you very much for your welcoming. I will stay
No,
longer then because I felt like I needed to jump out because I was probably being insulting or something like that, or upsetting somebody. And before a fight started, I thought it's
You think
best to
so?
go.
Nope,
I wouldn't
you're
think
good.
so, no.
Yeah, and I'm just furniture. I'll sit here and
I can carry on with
comment.
more and more. I can carry on with more and more. Do you know what I mean? I love this conversation because, like I say, since the age of 22, since my accident, I've been looking for the righteous sort of people. I know, and I knew one day I'll be guided to them. But in the meantime, I had to learn all the nonsense first to make sense from the nonsense. Yeah. And then I knew I'd be guided to the right sort of people. I'm not saying I'm guided right now to the right sort of people. I'm just saying I
Well,
know
you'll judge that over time. That'll be fine. Okay, so I want to talk about your experience through my experience, which means we're going to have slightly different words, but I think it could be productive. Okay, so you said that you don't have an internal switch to turn on and off this experience.
I
And
can't know because it's there in my face all the time. In other words, like I can't even explain it. Mate, I can't even put sense towards it. It's like,
how about if I try and you tell me where I'm wrong?
okay then.
And we'll make it easier on you. We'll put the pressure on me. Okay. So my experience is something like this. I could go to a funeral and I could cry with those who are crying. I can go to a dance party and I can dance with the people that are dancing. But I could go to a funeral and kind of stay to the back, stay out of the middle of the crowd, and be that objective observer, just watching people, right? Or I could do the same thing at the dance party. Perhaps I'm not in the mood for dancing. Go ahead.
Ouch. Ouch.
Well,
You
it's
hit me.
it's just
You
true.
see me hiding in the shadows.
Yeah. Well, I mean, perhaps it's a funeral of someone I've not met yet, you know, or something like that. You know, I'm
No,
not really into
your point,
the whole
your point,
thing.
your point hit the nail on the head. And what it was is I'm hiding in the shadows. I don't want to be seen. There's
I'm
two
not going to say it
scenarios.
that way.
No, but you're dead right. And listen, I don't mind hitting the nail on the head and having a conversation about it. I'm not going to hide away from the fact. I'm trying to find me, for me to get to the better place. By knowing this information, most people know, which I'm refusing at this moment in time because I have disregard towards it. Do you get me?
I do, and I appreciate your honesty and forthcoming. Okay, so my experience has been that I actually get to choose whether or not I'm going to use the word empathy to describe this, whether or not I'm going to exercise empathy in any given situation. And I find for me, at
So you
least,
use
and
the
for
wrong
most
word.
people, it's
You
a
should use
choice.
excitement. Take empathy out and put excitement in it and start again.
But excitement, at least in the United States, has its own connotations that I'm not willing to use right now.
Okay.
Like
In England,
being
excitement
excited
means
about
made up
something is
happy.
actually, I mean, for me, it means I'm glad for it. And I'm not actually glad for when someone I love dies and I'm at their funeral. I'm not glad for that, of course. You know,
Well, you should do. For the simple fact is this year, you've had time with that person, and everybody comes to Earth via a contract. You have your time to spend, and you have a time to go. That's the end of your contract. What you do in the meantime is a life experience. But remember this: everybody has a beginning, birthday, and death day. Yeah, you can't put that aside and ignore it. So you can't be upset when somebody has to go. Remember, only death only comes once to those that are owning it at their time. So yes, be happy, and no, don't be sad. Thank
well,
them for their time because they've
it,
taught you something along their journey. Thank them. Don't be
yes, I'm
upset for
happy for
them.
the experience of the person. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in a selfish way, I could be very sad that they are no longer in my life, at least for the time being. And if we're going to
Before
be
you
more
go any
specific,
further, I understand that point, but I lost my mum 15 years ago, and I was very close to my mum because of my brain injury and stuff like that. I was picked up by my I could tell you stories. I was picked up by my stepfather, slung around the room from my head. My hair used to stand in his hand, and I used to fly around the room. The stories I could tell you. I ended up with a brain injury from the age of 3. I wasn't his son. Didn't like me. Never did. Always picked on me to the age of 18 until I had to leave home. Yeah, I tried at 16, wasn't. He brought me back so he could beat me up some more until I was 18 as an adult. Ever since then, I went. Now, as they say about letting go, yeah, letting go. Now, I had nightmares about this guy when I first left home. I had nightmares. He was in my dream and I remembered every one of them every morning. For years and years and years, that fucker was in my head. Yeah, for doing the things. He was just haunting me in my dreams. So I moved out the area. I moved 52 miles away. And since I moved 52 miles away, I've had a clear head and I've let him go. I hate him. Well, that's a harsh word. I don't hate him. I will say this. Let's change that word to love. I love him and respect him because he taught me a lot that he doesn't know. But I didn't know he was teaching me that until now. So I turned the hate that I had into forgiveness and say, thank you. Because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today with the injuries that I got and with the questions I bring forward. So there is a benefit from the doubt, but it came long term. But I understand it now.
Why did moving change anything that's in your head?
I ran away from everything and I started being on my own, isolated, so I could work things out. I had no friends. I didn't know anybody in this new area. I bought a house in the middle of nowhere and I just moved to it. I left everything behind. My kids, my grandkids, everything. Left it all behind. And I just went and sought a new life because my head was upside down. I was fighting everybody and everybody was fighting me. I didn't need that. I didn't want to die. I used to think that I'm going to die in the fucking streets, man. And I don't need it. I don't want it. I want to find out who I am, where I'm coming from, and what my purpose is, and what I've got to give. I was taught a lot when I was 22, which was it was overload information. Day one, overload information. I was given a book as thick as like most people's waists, yeah, and I had to go through it one day, one page via one day, and I couldn't go into the next day until I understood that page. Now you don't understand that, and what I'm trying to say is this: I had to understand myself one day, every day, which is a page in a book. I became that book. I could sit here right now and tell you fucking stories after stories after stories. That could become a book. Hence, can't we all? Do you know what I mean? So why don't we just call it life experience? So what I'm trying to say is I'm grateful of your channel and I'm really grateful that you gave me the ample and much time for me to speak tonight. Fuck you know. Normally by now, somebody wants to pick me up and say, oh, you're denying Jesus or you, and you know, and somebody's fucking fighting me. But brilliance, man.
I personally don't know
the
that's
whole
true.
of your panel, you've gave me nothing but respect. I haven't read the chat, so I don't know what the chat's saying. I don't really want to divulge in and have two conversations, so I'll keep my conversation with the panelists. Thank you very much. Is your name Chris, did you say?
You can call me Chris if you want.
No, what is your name so I can remember?
Oh, my mom and dad said Richard.
Okay, then Richard or Rich. Well, isn't there another name that goes with Rich? Oh, it's Dickie.
Absolutely.
Go on, Dickie. I'll call you Dickie, not because an insulting way, but Dickie because that, you know, you're ahead of your time. You must be, because I'm on your panel and you're helping me. There you go.
Really, GS? Why you gotta show up, bro? All these dudes with beards, and I'm like, my face is naked. Like I haven't gone through any puberty.
I tried to tuck it in a little bit, you know, for you.
I keep most of mine off camera. So, yeah.
Well, I don't want
to. As they come. I was skinned out, you know. I was what they called Mohicans when I was very young. Told you that story just 5 minutes ago. Go on.
Yeah, I've been listening for a hot minute, and I'd be loath to interrupt this flow of consciousness and this line of inquiry or question or get to know you from Richard. So if I may, I'll probably pipe in here in a little bit, if that's okay.
More than welcome, Bill.
Okay, so what you're telling me, Peter, is that you don't have that switch, that you have no choice but to feel what other people are feeling. Is that right?
Most of the time, yes. And I get
What's
down
most
with
mean?
their feelings. Now, look, I say most of the time I stay away from them now. But every time I'm in somebody's circle, I feel them. I feel their sorrow. I feel their pain. I even kind of like sometimes kind of inside drop a tear for them because I've got more. You know, when they start expressing themselves in conversation, they don't understand how I see through what they're saying. I instantly get to their truth. Instantly get to their truth.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? And I feel it, and I'm like, but then when I try and have a conversation back with some of them, not all of them, but when I have a conversation back and I start repeating back by what I get from them, they're like, how did you pick that up so fast? Do you know what I mean? I'm like,
Because you're
oh,
listening. That's the difference. Most people are listening for you to stop so that they can talk. They're not actually listening to what you're saying. And it's crazy
you've
what you're
met
saying because
Jill.
as an
Sorry.
empath myself, it freaking hurts, dude. It's hard to be around people because you care about people. And most people don't care about anybody but themselves. And that's a hard checkbook to reconcile, as it were, or account to reconcile.
I've been told, generally, I've been told to look after myself in the same manner before I look after people first in that same manner. But I don't put myself first in that manner. I see so many lost people that need so much help. I don't think I think I've helped myself enough with the information enough to be able to have all the help I need from myself. Now it's time to give. Now that's all I want to do. Not so much give and just be like accepted by God and say I've done all the goodness in it. I'm not doing it for none of that. I'm doing it for absolute. Even if I go to hell at the end of it, I'm not doing it for any of that. I'm doing it for the blessing of feeling satisfied on earth to say, oh well, at least I tried. It's down to you now. But I don't leave it down to them because when I still see them going wrong, I'm like, but if you did a little bit of this and if you did, oh, yeah, you did right there. You get what I'm saying? I don't stop intervening, mate. I keep getting into a lot of trouble because of it as well.
Well, I do have some questions now. I think sometimes people will tell you a little bit about themselves because they want you to know or they want to see if you're paying attention. When I look at your name, now I'm not a Catholic by any stretch of the imagination, but when I look at, I mean, his name is Richard. You call him Dickie or Dickie. Peter Pope. Now again, I'm not carrying water for the Pope. I think he's satanic. But you do understand that knowing that as a Christian that we're constantly under attack by the world, I don't think that they need another person to kind of like go after Christianity, as it were. We should be trying to improve it. But what is meant by Peter Pope? Is that your name, or is it just is that kind of a jab at Catholicism, at Christianity, at religion in general? Just curious.
No. Well, when I first came onto the internet coming from England has lost their common law. They've lost their Bill of Rights. They've lost their constitution. Yeah. Now, I came to YouTube and I told everybody in England, yo, none of that's true. You haven't lost anything. I'm a man of common law. Now, if you look up the name Peter Pope, he's the first person. Now, I didn't pick this name before I came to you. Sorry, I picked this name. One is the name Peter was from a guy I used to work with. Yo, this man was chiseled, and I mean chiseled. He was a babe magnet. So his name was Peter. From there, I ended up putting Pope at the end. I don't even know why I put Pope at the end, but I put Pope at the end of it. Not even thinking, yeah. And then I lost that channel. So then I had to put one Peter Pope to make a next channel up. Now, if you look up one Peter Pope, it's to do with common law. Literally, the guy is to do with the bringing of common law. He's so attached to common law, it's untrue. But anyway, I just seen that as a connection. So anyway, I went with it as that. My name is Brian, by the way, if you want to call me Brian. My name is Brian. But that is the reason why I have Peter Pope. No, it's not a knock at religion at all. It was a name, I think, that was given to me spiritually, which I had to go with, which is now presented to everybody to see. And also my avatar of me not on there is because dog backwards is God. So, you know.
Right. So, I mean, that kind of I mean, Pope is Papa, right? Call no man father. That's kind of interesting. Peter, as in the symbology of the male member or a dick. Your name is Brian, but you call yourself Peter Pope. I'm sorry that I keep staying on this, but I for some reason I'm getting some kind of like. I would just caution that the Lord will not be mocked. God will not be mocked, and my caution to you would be I would probably pump my brakes if that's what you're intending to do.
Well, I would say that the Pope is satanic and everything else. If I am mocking anything, I'm mocking the devil, because God isn't no Pope, and no man on this earth has no
Right.
Power over any other man. We was all born equal. We all have all the same rights, and everything else is down to belief. It's down to you giving your power away, or receiving and owning your power, and controlling your power, and creating yourself a life from that power. Other than that, you have a government. The government now are your mum and dad. They tell you now you can't take drugs. They tell you now you can't drink. They tell you now you can't smoke. They tell you that you can't do this.
Well, so hold on now.
Hold on, let me finish.
With respect, Peter, you could just stop and answer the question instead of gish galloping to like 1,000 other things. We're talking about you, not the whole world, not the whole country. We're talking about the choice that you made to title yourself thusly. Demolished Doctrine is a little bit of a guidance there. Richard Madison is his name, and his main channel is on YouTube. Demolish_Doctrine, Richard Madsen at YouTube. Your name is Brian, but you call yourself Peter. You think the Pope is satanic, yet you choose that moniker, even though God says, "Call no man father." Here you are, trying to take the rabbi trappings to punch and also absorb praise, depending on how it might be suited or fitted. And I'm not coming after you. I'm just trying to hold a mirror up to see if I'm seeing you right as an empath, or if you're just full of shit.
Well, you can see me whichever way. At the end of the day, it goes down to this, yeah. Those that have eyes to see will see straight through me. Those that don't have eyes to see will listen to me. Down to you. There's your answer.
So
do I see through you, or am I not seeing through you?
I'm not in control of what you think. I'm in control of what I say and do. It's down to you.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Could you say what I'm asking you to say and do, which is to tell me what your intentions are by the titles that you put upon yourself?
It's just to have a conversation about what I bring to the table. I didn't say I believed in anything. I'm having a conversation. That is all. I'm bringing up all I can through my journey of life. I'm asking somebody if there's anybody out there that can change my life and bring me back to Jesus. Is there anybody out there? So far, I will say no. I don't believe in the guy because of this fact and this fact only. If God created all men equal, why would he put a man down here he claims as his son, yet is above us in the sky? Why would he put him down here on this earth to be above us if all men's equal? That is the only question I lie with. That is the only question I lie with. If every man's equal, why was Jesus above us? That don't make sense to me.
Well, who said every man is equal?
Well, equal in certain ways, unequal in other ways. For instance, all of you have different experiences than I have had. And if I shared some of my experiences, it would reveal things you'd never thought of. There's things about you that you could say, things I never thought of. Okay. What makes Christ specific and interesting in the story is that he is given the truth of the Father and the truth of heaven first on the earth. Now, that's informational. Okay. So he's not better than in some other way, just a fleshly man, fully man. However, given knowledge that most are not. He's the first one to be given the knowledge. Welcome to stage, El Perro.
Greetings, everybody. That question brought me up. That is a good question. So I counter it with the parable of the talents. Are men really created equal? Who determined in those scriptures and convinced Peter Pope here that all men were created equal? I think it's a concept of interpretation of the scriptures according to certain situations. And in beginning, let me finish. Everybody let you finish. In beginning, if men were created with different talents, that means there are differences and there are not necessarily equalities all the way across the board in certain situations. Everybody can draw, but can you draw the same? There is a difference in equality of what the output is.
I disagree. I'll come back with this then, yeah. If there's two sides to a coin, there's the opposite of what's believed. There's a negative from a positive. So it depends on what side of the coin you're looking at.
Now you're bringing, but now you brought in a belief.
You asked me not to butt in.
Hold on,
right?
Hold on, guys.
Right?
It's a lovely topic. You're both very happy to talk about. I'm glad to host that, but wait for each to end
Thank you
their
very
sentence,
much.
please.
Thank you. So if there's two sides to a coin, you can't believe in either side other than stand in the middle. And this is what it says in the Bible. Stop standing on the fence. Pick a side.
Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Give unto the Father what belongs to the Father. There are two sides, and you have to choose both. What to do on both sides. If you get caught on the wrong side of the tracks, you got to use your intelligence. If you get on the if you're on the side of the tracks that you're used to, you use culture and belief. There are certain situations. There are certain situations where you have to have a certain belief in order to cross the track to know that you can make it. Otherwise, you sit your.
There's a fence, and it's called a fence, and the God says this in the Bible. Stop sitting on the fence. Pick a side. You can't sit on the middle, and you can't have both sides and then choose which is the best for you. No, you sit on the fence for a reason. It's called the middle. Yeah, you look at both sides before you choose a side. When you step off that fence and you choose your side, there's no one going back to that fence. You've chose your side. That is the story it says in the Bible. Listen. I've been around and around the tables and information for many a year. You can't quote me on anything, mate, at all.
Well, I got a question. There's some people here that are sitting in the middle right now because they haven't decided how they feel on. I mean, I think you both have put forward interesting, you posited very interesting concepts. Some of which I agree on both sides, but lean not on your own understanding, right? That's what the Bible says. That's what God says.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
But you just, and Pero said that you have, I think Pero said, and by the way, it's good to put a face with the name. Thanks for visiting my channel.
Good evening, by the way. Sorry for being rude. Sorry for butting in. Good evening, by the way.
No, it is what it is. You know, we have to have these conversations.
Right. And so and the only thing that I would probably caution or say is that for Peter Pope, that you are kind of new to the channel. You don't have to try to cram all the food down the duck's mouth to get the foie gras. If you wait, you'll have foie gras, meaning you're probably not used to having someone allow you to express yourself. But the thing is I think what I would like is if you would answer a question succinctly and directly without gish galloping to a bunch of other things. So it's interesting when you say that we shouldn't be in the middle, which is lukewarm. I'd rather you be hot or cold, right? It's probably wise that we're not hot or cold towards you right now because you might have something for us, or El Perro might have something for us that we need to hear. And we might not know that we need to hear it yet, if that makes any sense.
It makes all the sense in the world.
Let me just clarify something real quick. So, GS, I'm not sure at what point you joined in the conversation. However,
very late.
Okay, so he did have a injury at some point that affects his mind.
Mm-hmm.
How he expresses himself is through abstractions. So he's not gish galloping. He's trying to use various different things that he knows to express his way. So he's not deliberately, trying to avoid or muddy the waters.
Right. So
keep that in mind.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is
thank you very much for the understanding. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Carry on, GS. Sorry.
Nope, not a problem. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is so that some of us have to focus on things like very specifically, or otherwise we may lose them too based on some of our injuries. I can't keep track of like 10, 15, 20 things. And what happens is I think he's used to perhaps, and I don't want to speak for you, Peter Pope, that you're probably used to being either disregarded, shut down, or yelled at almost immediately, and you have to force your way into a conversation or leave it
Yeah.
begrudgingly. And
Yes.
what I'm trying to do is, what I'm trying to say is, I don't think you have to do that here. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I wanted.
Before Richard does, yes, you're dead right, 100%, mate. Most of the time, and I says this to Richard when I first came on, most of the time, people want to argue with me. I'm in a fight, I'm in some debate, and it's about I'm being disrespectful. And all I'm trying to do is just ask questions, wisely asking questions for me to understand if this is really the path I need to go. By people like you that have gone down this path, I'm asking because at the moment I have disregard, and and I'm trying to bring the reasons up why I have disregard and why I haven't gone down this path. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm asking questions.
I want to double down on what GS said in a proper and true understanding of what's being promoted on this channel. If you'll give us proper time, everyone here will also give you proper time. Everyone here will have the time to say what it is that's on their mind. Time is not that short.
And I will say thank you very much. And like I say, I will subscribe. And the next time you're live and you're talking about the same subjects, I will come up and I won't be as fast. See, I'm very nervous. So what I'm doing is chucking everything, all my cards on the table and trying to play poker with a deck of cards and losing along the way. Yeah, I'm not trying to do that, but that's what it seems like I am doing. So I will back off. And like I say, honestly, it's not about me. I'd like to listen to other people's points of view. So I'll sit back now and close up and just listen to people have a conversation. Even if it's about me criticizing good or bad, I just want to sit back and listen without intervening.
I'm going to duck out and come right back in.
Okay. Peter, keep coming back, and over time, that tension will ease, and you'll know that you'll be heard.
Time is what it takes. Go on. Everybody's welcome now. I'll shut up.
Peace and respect and welcome, Isaac. First initial thoughts since you just got here? Have you been listening for some time? Are you just getting here, or?
I heard about 2, 3, 4 minutes. Yeah, I don't know the thing about like a coin or two sides. It's kind of hard to see both sides when you're only been on one, and then the light only shines on one side and the other side's dark. They don't even know what's on the other side. So I look at human mind and heart, and I know that we're all broken and we're all looking for an answer. And
I want to back it up. I want to back it up just a little bit there, Isaac. Give me what you got, your experience, subjective as it may be, of human empathy, prayer, and understanding.
There's something in the heart that moves, and it's very powerful, and it seems to be like a vibration and a frequency that aligns your mind to want to do the right thing and harmonize whatever the word is with like the people around you. And once you like tap into that frequency, that's what I've found it to be, is you're not making these decisions out of like, oh, I need to make that decision, or this is what I've been told to do, or this is what I'm not supposed to do. You kind of make the decisions based on like, this is what we do, and this is like the balance of it. And I don't know, I've experienced a lot of empathy and compassion, and like, felt the whole Earth's energy before, and meditation, and like tried to, grow my torus field the size of the Earth and send out golden energy to the whole world. And it all went away with a magnet treatment. I went to a magnet doctor, so I'm not trying to focus on that. I'm just saying I know that it's real because they took it away from me. Just kind of, they zapped my brain, by the way. Yeah. So I just know it's real. I don't know how to, like, I don't know. It's like a frequency. It's like heaven is a frequency. And then once you're there, you're aligned and you make the right decisions because that's like the frequency you're on. You're not like forcing it.
Can I ask a query with Isaac? May I? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can hear me. Okay. So here's the interesting thing for me. When people talk, I really intently listen, and maybe I take things out of context, perhaps not intending to, but um, I don't have to try meth to know that it's bad for me.
Yes.
And Jesus was tempted in all ways and found still without sin. Meaning, you don't have to experience the evil in order to understand the good. So I think I would probably refocus or reframe or rephrase or maybe even repurpose that whole statement you made about, I don't know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes ago. Not because I don't like the words that you're saying. I don't think that maybe they're conveying the information that you might be seeking to convey to your audience. And being that I am part of your audience, I found that to be a little baffling and concerning, if not confusing.
So the part where I was like, if you don't know the other side, you haven't seen it, you don't really understand it, or something like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like in order to know dark, you have to be in the light. In order to know hot, you need to be in the cold. And I understand these concepts that I need to know. I don't need to do the most horrific Jeffrey Dahmer type things to understand that Jesus died for our sins.
No, you don't. And I'm more saying on the lines of like, if we were always perfect and we were always pure, we wouldn't be human, and we would just be like, an angel, and we wouldn't have the self choice and the free will that God wants us to choose him. And
correction, hold on, didn't a third of the angels join Lucifer and come down to earth and do devious things? So how are they perfect then, and how are they holy if they've chosen evil? They seem to have had free will as well. So I love your message. I think your message is beautiful.
I get another variable where it's like yeah, I don't know, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I had something, but
don't think that what I'm trying to do is defeat your argument. I'm in fact trying to bulwark and strengthen it by testing it.
Yeah, it's making me wonder. I don't know, because like if you only ever knew the light, right? Like you wouldn't be as like the same awareness or consciousness that maybe God is trying to create. I mean, I can't speak for him, but he did create angels once, and then he was like, yo, I need to make another creation. Like, I don't know, it was something to do with taking away like godly essence from a being, but keeping like maybe the same mind, and not so they don't have as much power. I don't know.
Well, that's actually a really good question. Why did he create man? Was man a little less able to defy him, to challenge him? In his mind, he wanted something that would worship him, and so he gave it less power. But then this little free will thing kind of snapped in, and well, that's inconvenient. Right? I don't know. That's a great question, actually, or a great. Yeah, I like that. Go ahead, keep on with that if you want, man. Or if you're done, you'll be done. And to the person thinking, my purpose is to bring down the vibration in the room. No, it's never my purpose. My purpose is to actually listen to what people are saying, not what I want to hear people saying. And I ask questions in order to ascertain whether or not I'm making a mistake in the way that I'm hearing them.
You bring up some great thought points that people will probably have questions about if I make these claims, or not claims, but testimony of my experience. Cheers. I'm gonna grab a smoke. I have like 10 minutes before I got to get to work or get ready for work. So
yes, there is some background music on.
If I can intervene, I would say this, yeah. Now, everybody on this panel has lived a life, and they can only give a version of their journey, no matter what it is, yeah. Now, like I say, I went for a few injuries, and I ended up like being disregarding the information that's been presented to me, to the point where I need to question it to make sure I'm satisfied. By questioning others that's presenting themselves with the same information, I have to question you. Also, you have to question me as the man in the middle. And I'll tell you something, GS, Perfect.
Sorry about that. My German
no.
Shepherd kept licking my foot. I didn't even know my mic was on. I was like, stop licking my foot.
But what I'm saying is, it's perfect to have, all sides to a conversation. Remember, I said earlier, 4 corners of the earth. There's a center and also a square, and then there's a cross in the middle. So you have to hit it all. Yeah. And this is the reason why Petro's up tonight, and he brought up something earlier, which I'd like when he's ready to carry on with his conversation. But fucking hell, Richard, I think it's a brilliant show tonight. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to, participate. Thank you very much.
Actually, it's been kind of average. Or this is normal for this channel with these guys.
It's bleeding new to me. No fighting. Everybody's prepared to have a conversation.
Amazing, isn't it?
Greater than the rest. Everybody.
That's because if someone does something besides that, I'll invite them to be more like everyone else. Present that side of their personality, which everyone's multifaceted, and I'll ask them that about 3, maybe 5 times, and then if they can't do it, I'll consider that they're not adult enough to do it, and I'll dismiss them, and I'll pray that they be happier somewhere else, having an unreasonable fight.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Grown men do that. When you get in these squabbles on these panels and stuff that are just insane, based on self-centered delusions, it's just not worth it. So why?
Right.
So let me bring up. What do you think about the sin of Jesus? Anybody hear about that?
I got a response on that. Okay, so Jesus as the high priest, it asserts, the text asserts certain things about the high priest. They can't have a crooked nose, hunched back, gimp leg, missing their testicles. It's saying there that it's got to be a healthy guy. Okay? And Jesus, compliant with the Old Testament, would assign value to things like monogamy, heterosexuality, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so he's missing for several years, and I think, what was he doing? Well, probably normal guy, healthy stuff. That's what I'm thinking. Now, a person could call that sin if they wanted to, I think. And there's some evidence in the existence of Mary Magdalene. Why was she hanging around? And I think that he was just normal, healthy, a man. And personally, on a personal note, I would not want a king who hadn't had a normal life of temptations. I don't want someone from an ivory tower pretending to understand me.
Okay, what about the olive tree? See,
So we also go back to Jesus. Yeah, was he a man of truth, or was he also deceived?
Well, and that's what I'm getting at. What is the truth? Because before Christianity, before Jesus came about, they were going by the Torah. And in the Torah, it says you're not supposed to do anything detrimental to fruit trees, even if it's an enemy's fruit tree. So why was it Jesus cursed the olive tree? That is a fruiting tree, and he cursed it against the Torah. Is that a sin? According to the Judaism, which is a base foundation of the 3 Abrahamic religions, Christianity is willing to put him on a pedestal, but deny him that sin. Isn't that a failure to recognize the Torah by Christianity itself in order to base the foundation of Jesus as the sinless?
Well, first, it depends on what you mean by sin. Second, it depends on what the story means by olive tree. And third of all, it depends on what you think is forgiveness and whether or not Jesus got any.
Well, and also, who posed the Torah and what was its authority versus the Christian scriptures? Evidently something happened And I don't know that it was just the birth of Christ. I think there were many things that happened in that time that were recorded, not necessarily in the scripture.
The
And
birth
that
of
we have,
Christ is in the sky. Yeah, you have it shows the birth pains and the 12. If you look into astrology, you will see that the Bible is written in the sky, above, same as below. We are below. Yeah, it's amazing, really. If you really get into it, it's really amazing how it all connects together. And in a lot of what you're saying tonight, it's a lost argument. It really is, because there is no concept in it. Really, if you just look up and look at the Bible and look at astrology, you'll see it all connects together. Like I says, the sun god that we're talking about, Jesus Christ, is the sun that's above. Yeah, it's nothing to do with the planetary thing. Yeah, there's no man, like I say, and I say again, if God made us all equal, he would not put a man down here, claim we was all equal, and then put a man down here above us all. No, we have the same abilities no matter what, who we are. Jesus is just a son, and it's a gateway to get back to heaven, as it says in the Bible. Jesus, the son, is a portal. If you understand your scriptures in the way that I do, you will learn that Sumerians have showed you, the Egyptians have showed you, but you're not looking into the truth. You're fixated on a Bible that was written by a man about the stars above.
well,
And
the
yet you think,
Sumerians that you say told us too also did that in writing. So it's still a writing of man. But the principle here is that the Sumerians were the ones that brought about the concept of religion itself, as well as astrology, mathematics, and many other things like science and medicine. And so again, that goes to that thing where we got to read beyond the scriptures, because it goes into every aspect of life. This is like logic.
100%.
A lot of people like to use logic in math, but not in the rest of their life. So there
Yeah,
are
but
certain concepts that we have to start relating to other aspects of our life, so we can
let,
conjunctively put our lives together in a semblance of what is good.
see, when it comes to conversations and concepts and everything else, when you're mathematically right, there's no other equation to the answers and the questions that you bring forward. Now, remember, God, as the existence of God, creation, goes on mathematical situations like, for instance, 666, the dominator of the earth. Do you know what I mean? Everything is mathematical. And also, what's it called? There's a certain language that they use, geometrical or something like that. They can talk through numbers, gematria or something like that. They can talk through numbers and put A, B, C, D, E, F, G as 27 letters in the alphabet. Everyone has a number. So if you use, let's say ABBA, A, number 1, B, number 2, B, number 2, number 4 is
number
A.
1.
So if you add the numbers up, it will give you an answer. Now, God works through numbers because he's mathematically right. He's not questionably right. We are the ones, as his subjects, that question everything that's put forward to us. For the simple fact is, learning. We've got to learn from it. Like, for instance, we're having a conversation tonight, all of us. We're all learning from others' points of view. Nobody's arguing. Nobody's getting irritated. And we're all having a good conversation. Now, nobody's right at the end of this conversation. We're all going to leave home with points of view that we can work on. It's like, for instance, a bricklayer can only be apprenticeship. Can only do apprenticeship for so long before he becomes a bricklayer. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And that's all that we're all doing. We're all looking for the journey home.
Right. And Jesus even said, and this is why I question this, he said that he put a man down here that was better than all other men, yet that very same man in the scripture says, ye shall do greater things than I. So it goes to the concept of growth. No matter how great I am, I hope my children will do greater. And I hope I can pass on the message that if they do great things, that they would inspire in their children to do something greater. And this is the prosperity and abundance of replenishing the earth and coming out on the top. That's the growth. That's what life is about, is growth. It's not about sin.
Makes
It's about
sense.
growth.
Well, El Perro, you're leaving out certain entailments and certain caveats. You will do greater things than I will do if you do X, Y, and Z. If you do
Right,
Alpha,
but
Beta,
that was
and
also
Charlie. Go ahead.
right, but that was also the context that was left out when posing that Jesus was better than all other men.
Mm-hmm.
The context is that at that point he was doing better things to show them a better way, and that's it.
Right.
That's my interpretation.
Roger, you brought up the Torah, which is the Old Testament, from my understanding, right? Educate me if I'm wrong. Okay. Are you of the mind that you feel as though that the New Testament is just something that some child pasted on the back end of your holy book?
I would hope it was, because I would never want the story to end. So when you get to the end of my story, I want something attached. That's that thing of ye shall do greater things than I. So that the story gets better and better. So
Okay,
when
so
it comes to the scripture, I think it's supposed to be an improvement, particularly when it comes to the idolization and sacrifice, for sure.
Okay, so you're not antithetical, as it were, to the New Testament. That was my query.
No. I just point out inconsistencies and correlations the best I can to put it in a good semblance to still be able to pass a good message. I don't want people to think of the book as a bad book.
Okay.
And I certainly don't want them to believe in it 100%.
Roger, so the Bible says that in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God, right? Whom do you think that the Bible is speaking about in that particular instance?
Well, does anybody really know the concept of what's really been spoken? Because it was written by man in his interpretation, and two, it wasn't written by God. Because if we had a God way of seeing it, we would only see it God's way.
Okay,
it's man's way. It's
Roger,
an
Peter. All right.
interpretation.
So listen, there's a reason why I'm asking the questions I'm asking. I'm trying to dig down. So with respect, if you go on like a long soliloquy establishing what you've already established prior, then it becomes a waste of my time. No disrespect. So I just, as succinctly as possible, in order for me to proceed with my line of query.
Sometimes you need to repeat yourself to get through, so carry on.
Right, yeah, if you're dealing with an idiot or a moron or a mule, you might have to train a dog.
Seems like we are.
I am not that. I am not that thing, I assure you.
Well, you gotta look at everybody as an idiot.
Are you going to let me hit the gas pedal, or are you going to keep slamming on the brakes, Peter? I'm really trying to proceed
before you go
with this.
any further, you got to look at everybody as an idiot before you look at yourself as educated. Yeah, because you're also an idiot that's trying to educate idiots. So then you are now free to go.
All right. In order to be understood, one must first seek to understand. Roger, tracking. So you had mentioned that it's just a book written by a bunch of men. Therefore, there's fault in it. Yes.
Of course, there's fault in it.
Okay.
Like I said, it comes from the sky.
Roger. Okay. So if I were to give you a manual on how to put together your lawnmower, and every single time that you read the manual and put together your lawnmower, let's say you bought like 1,000 lawnmowers in your lifetime, and every time you read the manual and it was accurate, it was the functionality of the manual was nothing wrong with it. That if there was an issue, you found out later that it was in your application or your lack of understanding or your lack of paying attention and being patient and actually reading the manual and following the steps. So the fault's not in the manual. The fault's in either the application, the receiver of the information, the consumer of the data, or the inability for the consumer of the data to process that data effectively. But in your case, that thing that was written by man worked out 1,000 out of 1,000 times because you followed it exactly. Would you, at that point in time, put some faith in that manual?
Okay, then. I only put my faith in nature. Something I see that's growing. Something I can't see, I can't believe. Yeah, let's put it that way. Simply in terms to make people get grasped.
Okay, all right. Let me use.
Hold on, I did not put in.
Let me use a different word. Would you have confidence, which is another Latin term for faith? Would you have confidence that manual written by man was accurate and effective? And if it was followed, would you not pass that on to the people come after you, saying, every time I've read this manual this way, every time I've applied all the knowledge within it, I've had 1,000 out of 1,000, i.e. 100% success rate. So this, son, I would read this manual, I would apply it, read it exactly, follow the instructions, and you will not go wrong.
Right. Let me first.
Would you have confidence? See, now you don't want to use the word faith. We'll use the Latin version of the word faith.
Let me answer.
Confidence.
Right. I got 3 points to this. The first point is this. If I had confidence, it means I deal with myself, with my own thoughts, and I'm confident to be able to achieve. That's the first thing I would use with confidence. The second thing is, I don't believe in anybody else to be able to give me anything. I believe I'm on this earth to give myself everything I think I'm entitled to, only entitled to, depending on the way I live my life. And the third thing is this, if you want to believe in somebody else's idea to control your life, that makes you a sheeple, not a shepherd.
Could you do me a favor and answer the question now?
Oh my God, here we go again. Let me finish. I've nearly finished. So if you want to become a sheeple and not the shepherd controlling your own life and letting the shepherd control you, and now you are a sheeple, well, that's down to you. I'm sorry, but God told me this. I am in control of my life, and make do and do the best you can. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Now I have finished. Go on.
It sounds an awful lot like do as thou wilt.
And you sound like somebody that just wants to criticize somebody else that has a different opinion.
I'm trying to ascertain. I'm trying to ascertain whether you have a logic that follows.
Yeah, my logic is this: be the best you can in life. The best you can in life towards yourself first before you give it to anybody other.
So would you have confidence in a manual?
Again, I didn't finish. Because if you don't have something to give...
You just said you were finished a minute ago. You said you had 3 things, and then it went from 3 things to 5 things. So which is it going to be, with respect, Peter?
25 things you miss...
then why don't you make your own channel, and then that way you can just talk the entire time, dude.
Come on, pathetic man.
So can you answer my question? I'm not arguing with you. I'm asking you a question. You're acting like a child, Peter. Grow up and be a man.
Why do you need to come up to have an argument? Why
it's
can't
not an argument. It's a conversation. It's a conversation that you're finding uncomfortable.
Your point is right and mine is wrong. Prove it.
I haven't said anything right or wrong. I'm asking you. I'm trying to ascertain what your worldview and whether or not you have a logic that follows. And so far, you are all over the place. You're like a double-minded man, unstable in all his ways, like a wave upon the ocean tossed about by the wind, that you will receive no wisdom from God because you have no faith.
Yes,
that's what you sound like to me, Peter. Right. I'm sorry, Brian.
I will not receive wisdom from foolish men that believe they have faith to give. I will not. I will refuse it, and I will question it, and I will say you're pathetic in the way that you think. Yes, 100%.
How do you even know how I think?
Oh my fucking God.
I haven't even established how I think, but you're attacking me for something you have no knowledge of.
More important,
and then you take the Lord's name in vain.
He asked the question. He doesn't like the answer.
I think you're projecting a little bit now, Peter.
Mate,
can you answer my question, please?
Think whatever you like.
Could you answer my question?
It also says this.
My question was secular. My question was a secular question, and you keep going back to being angry at God. So now you're revealing yourself, Peter.
Dickhead. You're a dickhead.
There it is. You're revealing yourself.
Therefore, you are. Remember, I can quote the Bible just as much as you, pal.
I know. So can the devil.
Mate, you are part of the devil, because what you're bringing at the moment is argument. So then you are part of the devil. You're not here for.
So wait, are you saying that Jesus? Are you saying that Jesus is of the devil?
Well, yeah, he's a bearer of the light. So if you really want to look into Jesus, yeah, he's a deceiver. He's the devil in disguise. So yeah, keep calling out for Jesus.
Well, I mean, this is revealing a whole lot of stuff.
Why do demons run from Jesus? Because he's the light bearer. He's the controller.
They would flock to him like moths. What are you talking about?
Well, he's an opposite answer to that question. Why doesn't God help you?
So you've answered everything I need to know. I will not take the counsel of the ungodly. You are deceived, and I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
You're not listening. You have free will.
You've been rebuked, sir, in the name of Jesus.
My God, are you listening?
Go in peace.
Fucking hell. In this world that you've been given, You've been given free will. That's God's choice. In this land, you also have been given information, which is the devil's choice. Yeah. Now remember, you will give up your free will to follow information. Hence, stop being a shepherd and now become a sheep. Do you understand how it fucking works, you thick cunt?
Why all the ad hominems, brother?
Okay, so just point of moderation real quick. So Peter, I understand that you can be frustrated, but we're not going to do ad hominems and we're not going to do personal attacks or name calling. Please refrain from that. For the same reason you enjoyed the chat
apologize.
earlier, we got to maintain that same standard, okay?
Okay, then I agree. I do apologize to take everything back, and I don't mean to be offensive, but remember, I'm kind of like used to people like your man in the middle that kind of like wants to fight and only has his point of view that wants to put forward. Remember, we're all here to hear everybody's point of view. Yours is not as much importance as what mine is. Yours is just a point of view, same as mine is. Now let's all put our minds together and learn from each other instead of having an argument. Listen, mate, GS or GS. Listen, you can be as much controversial as you want, but please stay on subject.
So,
I am on subject, by the way, Peter. I asked you a question about your worldview. I wasn't even talking about my ideology. I was asking about yours, and you got offended and angry about your own ideology when I asked you questions about it. So it's kind of a weird assertion on your part to say that I have my opinion and therefore my opinion counteracts your opinion. That means I'm right. You don't even know what my opinion is because I haven't even stated it, buddy. I was asking you your worldview, and you couldn't even not argue with your own worldview, bud. Maybe you have a blind spot there, pal.
I told you what my worldview was. I tend to live in vibrations and colors of them vibrations. I told you that earlier. Yeah, that is the way I'm living. I don't live with this storyline of Jesus, God, and this, that, and the other. Like I told when I says it earlier, if God made every man and woman equal, how the fuck or why the fuck would he put a man down here to know more than us to follow him? That's a fucking lie. That's the devil. That's the fucking light bearer. And if you don't see through that, I don't know. Because God only gave us one thing, and that was free will. Use it consecutively in the way that you feel with the harmony of your body. Are you connected with God, or are you lost from God?
Have you been drinking? I mean, I don't mean this in a hurtful way. I don't argue with people that are under the effect of other spirits.
Mate. The answer is no, I'm smoking, mate.
Are you smoking weed?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that explains it. Okay. Have a good night, sir.
Explains what? I've also got a brain injury. Yeah. I don't take man-made drugs to help me. They're called pharmaceuticals. Yeah. I don't believe in man can help man. I believe only thought can help man. No matter what you take, whether you take drink, drugs, or whatever. Remember, a man is lost and they're asking for help. No matter what turn they take. If they're taking something that shouldn't be taken, they're asking or they're crying within. And you people just want to say, oh, yeah, you've had a drink. Oh, yeah, you've had a smoke. Oh, that explains everything. No, it doesn't at all, mate. Because I'll tell you something, right? By being on the journey that I have been on, right? By doing what I am doing, right now, I get better answers given to me via my mind than what you're giving to me right now. And this is the reason why we're having this kind of like debate. And I seem to be, I don't know, more with consensus than what you have. And what you're bringing is the Bible. And I'm telling you to look up and not look down. But yet you're not listening. The truth isn't in you. The truth is in us all. Like I said earlier, look at a plane of glass, whatever triangle, rectangle, or anything. As soon as you smash it, it goes into a million pieces, and there is little pieces called shards. Now, to put that plane of glass together, hence God, you need everything to come back home. So let's look at Earth in that aspect or concept of perceiving something different to the journey we're claimed we're on. Just a thought.
like to drag the conversation back to whether or not the Bible is referring back to older ideas that refer to astrology, and whether or not that is evident in the text. And I would make the assertion that reading the description of the blessings on the 12 sons of Israel, it is evident that it's a description of the Hebrew, Jewish zodiac, and also that a proper, to our current language, translation of "I made the stars also," found in Genesis, is I repurposed the clumps of stars. Clumps of stars meaning constellations. Anything? Anyone?
I've got a question for you. You know, they talk about space. Can you answer the question? And the question was this: what is space?
Peter, I'm sorry. I don't take
Yeah.
this as any kind of prejudice, and I'm not kidding you. Any number of people will verify. Somehow your connection is not so good right now, and it's very difficult to understand you. And I would ask you to refresh and see if that helps. So if you would leave and hit the link again to come back in, please.
It actually sounds like he might have one of those microphones hanging on his cheek, and it's rubbing against. It sounds like a microphone rubbing against, yeah.
Maybe rubbing against cloth or a beard or something. It's hard
Yeah.
to say, but whatever it is, it's bad and it's hard to understand.
If I were a godly man, I would say that he was rebuked by the name of Jesus Christ, and there's power in that word. If I were a godly man, because I did indeed rebuke the devil.
Well, I'm not sure what happened while I was having a cigarette, but granting all that, let's see if his microphone's any better. Or Peter, if you have it, if your microphone is, and we're getting an echo now, so you've obviously disconnected your headset, and perhaps that was the problem in the first place. Or if your microphone is rubbing against your shirt collar or something, if you could correct that, please. I'm going to give you 1 minute to do that, and then I'll unmute you, please. Okay, so we had Kai Ed, who is obviously new. I don't recognize the name very much. Maybe I've seen it once, and also the symbol I don't recognize. And I would like someone besides the host to answer, and perhaps the person who's been here the longest, Sammy, if you would answer that question.
The channel or tonight?
What's the channel on the whole? What's this channel about?
Richard started this channel in the aims of, in my understanding, challenging popularly held dogma and doctrine among mainly, I think, not mainly actually, I was going to say mainly Christians. I think that's just because of our society, American and whatnot, we're surrounded by that, but of religion as a whole, and having people challenge his understanding that he has put forward, as well as conversations like tonight where we all sort of have a topic and have a go at it.
And I want to bulwark that by saying a few examples. From the perspective of heaven, bringing someone up into heaven would be bringing them up out of the earth. So there's this pat phrase, out of the earth, that appears in several religions. Now, the Hopi Indian of Northern Americas take that to mean that they used to live in caves. And that's the difference right there, where a religious practitioner thinks that the people used to live under the ground. The religion is actually saying that your Genesis, your beginning is when you leave the earth. There's an example.
And this is expressed in the very term, English term, generation. It's actually two words. It's the gene-ration. Does that not sound like the parable of the talents? The better you get, the farther you go.
That's well said. That's well said. I mean, from the perspective of heaven, in the authorship of these stories, they consider their time on the earth a bygone time that they remember somewhat fondly, somewhat painfully, and their real beginning was when they ascended, not when they were on the earth. And I am absolutely persuaded that we will feel much the same way. Okay, so putting gematria aside, biblical astrology. GS, you got something on everything. Give me something on that. Oh, come on. You can't tell me you don't have an opinion. Okay.
I mean, I've never really. I will admit that's never been a part of the Bible that I paid much attention to. I'm sure there is some meaning that there's something that's being conveyed there. The Bible tends to do that. It conveys a lot of messages through multiple facets, but that's never really been something that I looked into. And by the way, Richard, I did find the David and Goliath article you shared with me 4 years ago. So I'm gonna read through that as promised. But yes, I'm not really educated or have any understanding as to how that part connects with everything else in the Bible, at least even in a symbolic way.
Yeah, that's the interesting part for me, is I was completely ignorant of the science and of the Bible, yet David and Goliath, applied in the way described in that paper, it predicted what I had not yet read in the book of Revelation as the announcing miracles. So it had the most powerful proof. It had predictive power.
And though it doesn't say particularly astrologers, but Deuteronomy 18, and I'm going to reference verses 9, 12, and 14. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord, and because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out before thee. For these nations which thou shalt possess hearkened unto observers of times, and unto diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy God hath not suffered thee to do so. And this is...
Sorry, what verse did you start at? Sorry.
Not 9.
Okay.
9, 12, and 14. And you can even read 10 and 11. There says, there shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch. Now this is speaking to the witchery, the sciences, the medicines, the astrology, the archaeology. Those are of nations for their history. But we as children of God are not supposed to follow that. We are born as prophets unto the nations. Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. That's when he gave us his communications. We don't need anything other than that. Before we came forth from the womb, he sanctified us. He ordained us as prophets unto the nations. We are not supposed to take on the national patronymic fiction. That's that father that we were talking about earlier, that Pope, that Papa. That's a false patriot. So you can go ahead and be proud of your military all you want, but that's not true savior. That's not a true extension of the life of Christ, of godly things. God doesn't go to war. He ended the war in heaven and sent the fallen angels down to earth. That was the end of the war in heaven. As above, so below. End the war, and you have to do that individually.
So that's some. Did we freeze up?
I don't think
Okay.
so.
And remember, that's in the Torah. That's the Old Testament. Leviticus, the first law. Deuteronomy, the second law.
Right. So here's some interesting thing. Would you consider yourself I'm guessing you're a Jew. Would you consider yourself a Messianic Jew or
Me?
Mr. Perro? Yes.
No, I don't follow any religion. I will stick to the simple term that I'm a effect of the creation. I am the God that I pose is the source of life. So the source of life that gave creation to the blade of grass out in my yard is the same source of life.
Okay. So why the focus on the Torah and not, I don't know, the Hindu beliefs or Gandhi or the why the focus on the Torah in particular if you don't ascribe to the Torah as being a higher book of understanding and therefore more authoritative?
Because that's what the rest of humanity placates for their three Abrahamic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Does the Quran not also speak on all these things as well? Why not quote the Quran?
I do here and there, but generally you'll see I quote the Christian scriptures.
And again, this is not an attack. This is me trying to understand you. This is my first time really having an experience with you. You're obviously free to believe what you want to believe. I'm not even 100% sure what I believe. So therefore, I don't have any kind of concrete like I'm right, you're wrong, which was the other gentleman's mistake there. I'm just trying to ascertain. There are things that I feel. Would you agree or disagree, El Perro, that there are things that are of the truth that speak of the truth, that sound of the truth, that have a ring to them. Like it's like you know the truth when you hear it.
Absolutely.
And then there's that little vibration in your ear going, I don't know if this thing over here is really true. This seems like a finesse to me.
Right.
So you would agree with those two assertions? Okay. All right.
Absolutely. And I think there's a different degree in perception of those things in people, and that goes to that talent. People do have a talent to see. Some people can see things, other people can't. And the people that can see things, they often see different things at different levels. And that's why we come together in that seeing and in that hearing, so we can get a better knowing.
So you mentioned about the truth. Who does the Bible say is the truth? The way, the life?
Yeah, Jesus.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing, and I think that this is probably why there are Messianic Jews and or those that reject Jesus. Is that the passage you just quoted? Something stuck out at me, and it was basically talking about how that God's chosen her to be a peculiar, strange people separated from the world, but we will. Well, I'm not a Jew, I guess, but I'm a Gentile grafted into that. So I'll say we, if it won't offend anyone, that we will inherit all nations, that we will run all the nations someday. And I think it's like a petulant child that have you ever seen that experiment where the child's at the table and the guy gives the kid 2 marshmallows and he says, if you wait, I'll give you twice. If you wait 5 minutes and don't eat those, I'll come back and give you twice that much. And they'll just keep repeating that experiment, knowing that if they delay that instant need for instant gratification, they can then squirrel away more nuts. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so the smart thing would be to wait. Right? But a lot of those children want to gobble that marshmallow up immediately. And I think that that's kind of the hubris and the issue, in my opinion, of
Yeah.
why the Jews have so many problems is they wanted it right then and there. They want now. I want it now. I want it now. I want all the nations to be under my foot now. You said, that's why they rejected Jesus coming as a lamb and not a lion.
Right. And I think that goes to that hedonism. See,
Right.
every society in history that became successful to a certain point had its downfall because it turned to a hedonistic society. Instead of bringing children up in the bounds of a family political body, they went to the societal hedonism, and that destroyed it. It fell apart. Every last one of them.
Can I quickly interrupt? And I don't mean to be rude, but your GS, yeah.
Oh wow, here we go.
Genetically-
I mean, way to slam on the brakes,
please,
champ.
Hold on a sec. I'm going to ask.
Sorry,
you a
old
question.
Peril. I'm gonna take my headset off for a little
God.
while. Let me know. Just come up on the net when I can have the conversation. I'm not going to listen to the counsel of the ungodly.
Well, you must do, because to refuse a man his say, you're more ungodly than the man that brings his ungodliness to you. Well, anyway, thank you for thank you for taking off your headphones. My question is this: to all you on the panel, as you are all godly and all read the Bible, what the fuck does anybody know here right now about Leviathan?
About
Answer that.
Leviathan?
Yeah, come on, bring that to the table.
All right. What would you want to know about Leviathan?
Not from you, Richard. From the rest of the panel.
You said
I believe
anyone.
you. I believe you can bring yours at the end, but let's just start with genetically specific. Let's start with him. Let's see what he's bringing first. Let's see how educated this man really is. Let's pull this man apart. Let's start with that.
No, we're not going to do that.
Richard, and the reason why I'm saying that is this, because he's pulling everybody else down. So let's start with him because he's fucking educated.
No, wait a minute. We got to stop right there, because I wanted to mention your use of the term "you" earlier when you said "you people," and you seem to have this context that it's you against everybody else. And then that statement you just made about he was bringing everybody else down. We were having a great conversation. I don't think anyone felt brought down by that conversation, brother.
I'm sorry for bringing in what I did. It's called a clause.
Well, I don't.
God intervenes in mysterious ways, as they say. So accept God.
So the clause you bring is intervenence.
Well, God has changed the subject for a reason. Let's talk about Leviathan that we're talking about right now. Now, this man.
Wait a minute. That would play that you are God, because you came in and changed the topic.
Question, man.
I would rather get back to the original topic.
The man you were speaking to turned around and says he's a man full of godness, knows the Bible inside and out, can bring up any fucking subject, and puts down everybody else that criticizes his point of view. So
no, you changed the topic. You came in and changed the topic, and then said God changed the topic. I think that's pretty facetious.
The man knows fuck all about it.
Okay, El Perro, I'm gonna ask you because I know you more. Okay, and Peter, it seems that you're getting agitated and not really engaging in conversation anymore. So I'm going to invite you to do one of two things. It's your choice. Go back to the calmness you shown originally and the amount of respect for other people that you shown originally, allowing people to finish their thoughts and ideas and responding in kind so that we can have a conversation. Or you could choose option B, to let yourself out of the room until you feel better. Whichever you choose.
I'll go with A. Thank you very much for inviting me back.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it too, Peter. So, since we want to change the topic,
El Perro, your microphone volume just went suddenly down to about 1/3 what it needs to be. And I didn't do that.
Is that better?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So when it comes to Leviathan, Leviathan is the demon of the sea. Okay? Let's be specific, right? If Leviathan is the demon of the sea, that would go to Genesis 1:2, wherein the face of the dark was on the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So we still see that God oversees the seas, despite the fact that we all know that God is the one that created both Mother Earth and her waters, and now Satan rules the land. So what is the difference between Leviathan and Satan? If Satan is the one that rules the earth, as per to the land, and Leviathan is the demon of the sea, are they two different creatures? Because I think that's the interpretation that I have, and I think other people conflating that they're the same is a misinterpretation.
But my point was, it was directed straight to GS, because he's the one that. Thank you for your perception, and yeah, you are kind of like right. I will add a lot more to this, but I'd like to hear what this man of the Bible that tells us that I'm making sin in the way that I speak. I'd like him to tell me his version of Leviathan. And remember, I'm going to also ask him about the one that walks the earth. Let's see if he knows that name of that one. The man that reads the Bible. Come on, then.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is the accuser attacking me again? Devil,
Yeah,
I
I'm
rebuke
attacking
you in the name of
you
Jesus.
took your earphones off, and he says, I taught
I rebuke
blasphemy.
you in the name of Jesus.
He told me
I'm going to go back.
Blasphemy. So let's see what I'm saying. The man can't come back. I will shut up now. Let's listen to the guy. I will shut up. Let's see what the man comes back with. Leviathan and that's the sea creature. Let's see if you know the name of the man that walks the earth. Come on.
But see, the problem is you're coming up testing him. We were already in a conversation.
Yeah, I am testing him because, and the reason why I'm testing him is because
problem. That's the problem. God doesn't test. God doesn't test. God doesn't test. Satan does the testing.
We, the humans, judge. You can see it as Satan, but we as humans have the rights to judge. Okay.
But you only judge the spirit, not the man. You're up here judging the man. You're up here judging the man, not the spirit.
I'm judging the man in front of me.
I made a request
with this concept of him bringing me down in the first place.
I made a request of you, gentlemen. I made a request of you. You made me a promise. You are not keeping your promise. You gave your word. Now you're disrespecting yourself.
I will apologize again. And my question is only to, and I didn't ask the next man to butt in. My question is to the guy in the corner, bottom left. He states he knows the Bible in and out. So I asked him a question. What does he know about Leviathan? Somebody else butted in. I didn't ask him to. And they came up with a concept. Whereas I started getting this argument with. All I'm saying is I want it to go back to generally Spetic, whatever his fucking name is, to ask because he's going to do his research now. You gave him too much time. He's going to come back with the answer. Okay, it's too late. He didn't know it before I brought it. Is my point. Go on.
Okay, so let's get on to the other topic then, because that's exactly what you did. Was you came up to intervene, interrupt. And when you open
it up, he claims
again, there
he's putting you down when you're not listening to
interrupting. Get him out of here.
He's putting you down, and you're not listening to it. He's putting you down by saying he's right in everything he's got to say, and you're wrong in everything. And you were starting to get into an argument. So I thought I'd put in and turn around and ask him a question because he claims he knows all about the Bible. So I asked him two questions. What is the name of the sea, which I brought, Leveron? Yeah, and what is the name of the creature of the land? So the man's claiming he knows all about the Bible. He doesn't.
Stay for a minute.
That's my point.
All right, Peter. This is not going as I like, and I'm going to invite you to come back on another day when we have a different panel. It's not that I don't want you here.
No, thank you very much. I do understand,
but
and
I do want you to be happy. I'm trying to be considerate of you. You seem agitated. Perhaps it'd be best if you just left for now.
It's because one person's allowed to show their point of view, and nobody else. Like for instance, I brought up Leveron, yeah, and it's in the Bible. Now it's a subject that you're going to speak about later on. Like I asked that guy one or two questions, and that is this: if you are a man of the Bible, like he claims he is, what do you know about this creature? He doesn't. And what does he know about that roams the earth?
You've spoke to this man very little.
I will
Peter,
go now, and I will leave it to you to talk about it. Let's
could
see what you
could I
bring.
answer you before you go?
Go on.
You've spoken to this man very, very little, and I have heard him say, "I don't know," countless times, 30 times in the month and a half, 2 months I've known him, that he's only read about 25% of the Bible. He does not claim to know everything there is to know, and your assessment is not accurate. Okay?
He's very criticizing of somebody else's point of view. That's my point of view. He's very
Actually,
criticizing.
he's very critical. He's very straightforward. It can be taken as abrasive, but I know this man well enough to know that he is actually believing what he's saying, and he's peace and respect. Oh, you're saying hi to Marty? Yeah, gorgeous, Marty.
I'm
Thanks for
also
coming by.
believing what I'm saying. I'm also bringing facts.
Yes,
This man ain't bringing no facts. He's just bringing
yes, but
his and the
asking a
Bible.
person
I'm bringing
questions,
facts. Go on.
asking a person questions for clarity is not an accusation. Okay. But
Okay,
come back
my
on
bad.
another day. The panel will be different. It will be different people. Okay.
Fair dinkum, mate. It is what it is.
All right.
Before
Welcome,
I
peace
do
and respect,
go, I will
Marty.
say this.
Go
Before
ahead.
I do go, I will say this. Remember, rejection is because the devil doesn't want to know the truth. Good night. God bless.
Well, and as a quick retort to that, when a person says that someone's rejecting something that is true, they're claiming an objective view, which means they have to know the mind of God. I don't think any of us should say that we have an objective view, Peter.
Well, I think that we all have the mind of God. We all see differently because we don't see collectively. That is
Well,
the
then
problem.
God is not one, and God is confused.
God is one because he's whole. Yeah, we're the fuckers confused because we're split up into many.
But you just said we're God.
Yeah, we are. We're a part of the fucking
Well, then
jigsaw
God's
puzzle that connects us
confused.
to God. So what?
If we are God and we are confused, God is confused.
No, God knows what he started with. We are the ones that didn't see. We are the shattered ones that become shards of his credibility. We are the ones that tend to look back instead of looking forward or even seeing what's in front of us, including our hand. We are the confused ones. We choose to argue instead of understand.
Well,
That
I'm
is the
just pointing
problem
out
that
the
we have.
inconsistency in the three statements, Peter.
I'm very consistency, and the reason why is this, yeah, inconsistency is the best word. It's because I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm trying to put it all together. So by asking these questions 3 at a time, 6 at a time, 9 at a time, and the reason why I'm doing that is this. Does anybody really know the truth? And if you do, what is the truth that you know, and who gave it you? Because remember, we've all been lied to all of our life. So if any part of your truth is sustainably truth, well, then I will stand on it and I will go to heaven from it. But I will say this, and I will finish with this: there's no such thing as truth. We've lived a life of lies, and we only live. Remember this: what gets you interested? The shiny part, something that's flashy. Look at a cat. That's what a human being
You
is.
sound more and more spirited up and drunk or high and absolutely incoherent the longer you talk and the longer you're on the
And
show, buddy. You've been
And the
revealed
more and more and more
from your
you
own
come on,
mouth.
all you want to do is criticize. Why can't you
No,
have
I
a
want
positive?
you to shut
Why
up
can't you have
so
a
that we can
positive
actually get back to the
instead of
conversation we were
negative?
having before you
You know,
before you
that's the
disrupted it.
same about you. You know, I'm finding
Okay.
disrespect in you because you don't give the person that you're involved
Dude, you've
with.
been leaving
on
for
the-
like 10 minutes.
on the
You've been
flip
asked to
side-
leave 10 minutes ago.
Do we need a chick up in here? Is that what we need?
Always.
Yeah, I think
on the
GS
flip
needs
side,
a woman.
Peter, he has a woman. Peter, on the flip side,
Really.
if we are going to have conversation that goes somewhere, which is what I'm hoping for, right? That's progressive, that makes sense in reality. If we're going to do that, you are more than welcome to come back. Okay. I have invited you twice. Once for you to make the decision. The second time I suggested that I will make the decision for you if you cannot. Now you're showing you cannot make that decision. Do I need to help you by kicking you out and inviting you back later, or would you do it yourself?
Well, to be honest, I will come back with that. No, it is my fault for being disrespectful. So I will kick myself and I will say, thank you very much for giving me the time, the benefit of being disrespectful. You got to understand one thing, and I will say this, yeah. I've come across a lot of channels which I've just argued with people. So I thought this channel would just be on the same balance. And I found that GS is kind of like on that kind of like balance to argue instead of debate, or instead of to have a different point of view of looking at things where somebody else is coming from. Now, I'm not here to fight with anybody, and I told you that from the start. I just have a different point of view through the way I've enjoyed my life, you could say. Now, I'm sorry for bringing controversy to you and taking over and spending too much time on myself, but I will end with this. I will say thank you very much to everybody on the panel, including the girl that's just come on, and the chat. Thank you very much for giving me the time of day. Most people don't, and thank you. And that is the most reasons why I get angry, because most people don't. Good night, God bless them. Thank you for your time.
All right, sweet. Richard, can I have a conversation moment here? So if he's gonna see himself out, so I won't be interrupted 13 times. At the risk of annoying you, Richard, I will repeat myself once again for things that you were actually out having a cigarette. So I was not telling him what my worldview was. I was trying to ascertain what his worldview was, and I was asking him questions. I was positing questions in order to determine that, so therefore I could continue to go forward in the conversation that we were trying to have. And every time I would ask him a question, it got kind of strange. Yeah, he would change it. He would move the goalpost. He would go into some dissertation about this, that, or the other thing, and not like I had no preconceived notion of what he was or what he wasn't.
I don't think you need to defend yourself to me or anyone else.
So, well, I mean, there's a lot of people in the crowd that think that I was just trying to provoke the guy. I was actually trying to understand his worldview, and he kept saying I was pushing my worldview on him. I'm like, my worldview didn't even come up. And did you see the way he attacked the Bible? Do you see the way he was attacking everything that he thought he knew about me? And I appreciate you standing up for me, because I think you know my heart. Yeah, I am a brash guy. So, yeah,
well,
exactly.
I am too. I spent some of my formative years, as you did, in the military when I was young and stupid, and I committed to things that, had I been fully informed what was going on, I would not have committed to them. And that breeds, and there's a certain kind of, they say that the sea chooses the sailor. The same thing is true of the military, all branches. If you're the kind of guy that would go in the Army, you're probably a little bit forward. You're probably a little bit to the point. You're not exactly somebody who is willing to fluff someone's petticoats to make them feel good. You're just not that kind of guy. And I'm not that kind of guy. And a lot of people take a lot of offense to me as well. And so you're in good company if you're offensive, I'm afraid to say. I'm not afraid at all. And Based Oracle, there's another guy who comes off as a little bit rough around the edges to some people, but not to everyone. Personally, I find him very accommodating, but that's me. First thoughts. Welcome to the panel. In this order, please. Marty Camejo, and then of course Rocky.
I was coming in. I had to kind of keep my voice a little bit low because I'm at work. But I was
Terrible employee.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually off today, but I live at my work, so I kind of had to keep it low so people don't hear that there's someone in this room. I was going to kind of come in and help Peter out a little bit because I don't know if he was a Christian, or not, or if he wasn't, or whatever he was. But I was going to kind of try and see if I can be like, well, as another non-Christian, I can help you out with whatever the argument is, or how to kind of diffuse the situation. But he left. So,
well, to summate what I did learn of Peter today, I would say a neo or modern, a conglomerate Christian, something like that.
What's that?
Okay, ideas like God is a collective of us, and that it's through energetic vibration. I can barely speak this language. Through energetic vibrations that God manifests. Something like that. You know, I'm not a
So
poet.
like pantheism, kind of.
Panpsychism, maybe.
Okay, I'm still fuzzy on it, but that sounds like something that's the thing, I guess. So I was just coming to help him out a little bit and kind of level things out, because I don't think he's like a Bible believing. Is he like a Bible Christian? Like I'm a Christian, kind of like yes or no.
Okay, so I have no room to talk when I say I have a very specific and odd and fringe interpretation of the Bible.
Right.
His is actually more mainstream than mine. However, it is relatively new agey, and I think it can be shown that the original ideas can't be interpreted that way.
Yeah, and that's kind of the core, but then he was all over the place. Like, at points he was saying Jesus is Satan in disguise.
I heard that part. I heard a little
Like,
bit of that.
That's
and
extremely
I thought,
offensive.
that's not very Christian. But like, how can you say I'm Christian but Christ is the devil? Like, that confused the
And
heck
guess
out of me.
who's not the author of confusion?
Yahweh. Okay, so let's move forward. Let's not get stuck on that. It wasn't premium. It wasn't great for everyone, but hopefully we can have future conversations that are more progressive. That is what I'm hoping for in these conversations.
Rich, I'm gonna dip out
Rocky.
'cause I was just coming in for a second. Like I said, I'm at work, so but I'm gonna dip out. I'm gonna stay in the chat and listen though.
Well, you can stay as long as you want.
I know, but I have to keep my voice down, and you won't be able to hear me. So if you're gonna be on later, I'll jump in later if you're still gonna be going.
We'll find out. I have no idea. This whole thing could fall apart in 3 seconds or last till midnight. Rocky Shepherd. First thoughts, Rocky.
I just got here, so I'm not really up to exactly what you're talking about. I just came in to share a video that we were discussing the other day about the word beginning. And this is the decode from ancient. Well, it's like Isaiah 46:10. It says he told you the end from the beginning. And then if you look at the first word in the Bible, this video explains using the ancient Hebrew what it could be. It's really interesting. I only agree with the first 12 minutes. I don't really agree with all of what he's saying.
I was about to ask you. Okay. Well, first step is for you to share screen. Or did you put it in private chat? Is that what you mean?
It's in private chat. My computer's not that good. I can't really share
Fair
my
enough.
screen.
I'll get it for you. No problem. And I was going to ask you, is the title of it is the end of days prophesied? Is that how the title of it goes? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole video is pretty interesting, but there's parts in it I don't like where he's.
Are we to understand these words of God literally? Were there events ordained in heaven that both have and will unfold on the earth that were declared by God in the beginning?
Rocky, unmute yourself and
If
respond,
God's
please.
words are to be taken literally, then where might we find this?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello?
You stopped mid-sentence there, and I don't know what you meant.
Oh, there's the whole video is pretty good, except for there's sections in there where it says, the present state of Israel is Israel, and I don't agree with that part, but the first 12 minutes is what I wanted you to watch.
Okay. All right. Just a second. I'm going to make this because I mean, we're all fairly familiar anyway. I'll make this about 1.75. And, pardon me.
Did God reveal to the prophet Isaiah a clue as to where we might find the very first and most amazing prophecy ever revealed in the Bible? Listen to Isaiah 46, 9 and 10 and see if you can discover the clue that unlocks the mystery location of the Bereshit prophecy. Remember the former things of old, for I am God and there is none else. I am God and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning. And from ancient times, the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure. Are we to understand?
So, Rocky, how do you understand that?
Well, he told us the end from the beginning. And if you go to the scriptures, the very word, the first word in the scriptures, beginning, if you decode it, it tells you a lot about, it tells you the end from the beginning, basically, if you go to the, he'll explain
sheets. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
These words of God literally? Were there events ordained in heaven that both have and will unfold on the earth that were declared by God in the beginning? If God's words are to be taken literally, then where might we find this amazing revelation? Our search begins with the very first word that God revealed in the Bible. This revelation was disclosed in the language we know as Hebrew, the only language in the world that is actually 3 languages in one. Hebrew is composed of 22 pictograms that are symbols or letters meant to be assembled to form ideas that we call words. Hebrew is also a number language. Each of the 22 pictograms are also numbers that each has a meaning based on how that number is used in the Bible. Finally, we have the phonetic Hebrew language, the oldest language in the world, a language that has been miraculously preserved and is spoken today by a people who have been miraculously preserved and living once again after thousands of years of dispersion in the promised land of Israel. The existence of Israel and the preservation of the Hebrew language is proof positive that you can take the word of God literally. Take a look at the graphic representation of the very first word that God spoke to Moses the prophet, who chiseled it into stone letter by letter over 3,400 years ago. Keep in mind that Hebrew is written from right to left. Do you recognize the very first word revealed in the Bible? It is Bereshit, the Hebrew word we translate into English as in the beginning, and it's found in Genesis 1:1. It is in this single word Bereshit, that is literally translated as in beginning, that we will discover what God revealed about the end from the beginning. In order to recognize the prophetic significance of the sixth,
I want to say there's other things that got translated to beginning, and the words in the are added by the translators, and Bereshit does not mean in the. It just means beginning or primary or head or capital thing.
Yeah. That's, I will concede with that. That's just a way for us to understand in English what it's talking about, I think.
Letter Hebrew word Bereshit. We need to figure out the meaning of each of the 6 letters or pictograms that were from the very beginning and are to this day embedded in the language that God created in order to reveal his living word to mankind. Bet. Bet is the very first letter or pictogram revealed in God's word. Bet is the pictogram of the floor plan of a house or tent that brings to mind the idea of a home. Bet is also the number 2. Let's begin unfolding the most amazing revelation ever disclosed in the Bible by asking the one question every child would ask if he saw a picture of a tent. Who is inside the tent? The letter bet pictured as a tent is also the one letter in Hebrew that is literally translated as in or inside. So perhaps asking who is in or inside the tent is not such a silly question. Just who is inside the tent? Perhaps the next Hebrew letter will give us a clue.
Biblically, who's in the tent? It's either a permanent place of housing, which wouldn't be a tent, right? And referring to God's habitation or the tabernacle, which is why you can only have a temporary tabernacle on the earth, or we're in the tent. That is, this isn't our home forever, and that's why it's a tent and not a house. Thoughts?
I think the tent may represent the dome. Flat
As in the Dome of the Rock, that dome?
Well, something just occurred to me, if I may, and let's not explore it now if it's not. I don't want to put brakes on this, but Schrodinger's cat is kind of an interesting parallel to what's in the tent, and I'll put a pause on that, and continue to learn.
Well, we should think more about that later then.
Resh. The letter Resh is a symbol of a head that brings to mind the idea of the head person or prince. Resh, the second letter in Bereshit, is also the number 200. 200 is the number that is used in the Bible to declare the all-sufficiency of God and the complete insufficiency of man. Amazingly, the first 2 letters in the word Bereshit is a Hebrew word for sun. Bet Resh, pronounced bar, is translated son in Hebrew. So now we know who is in the tent. He is someone's son. He is also the head person or prince. But whose son is he? The third letter in Bereshit gives us the answer. Aleph. The third letter in Bereshit is Aleph, pictured as an ox. Aleph is a symbol of the strong leader, pictured as an ox. Aleph is also the number 1. It's not surprising that Aleph is the first letter in Elohim, the name of God first revealed in the Bible.
And you might notice that that's if you invert that and take away what would be the bottom line that is right now the top line, the forehead of the ox, you have our English letter A. This is where it's derived from, and this is why A means one, because it actually means one ox, just for anybody who didn't know that.
Aleph is a picture that is ideally meant to convey the idea of God, God the Father, the strong leader that guides and directs his family. But wait, there's more. When we add Aleph to the first 2 letters in Bereshit, we discover another Hebrew word. Bet Resh Aleph, the first 3 Hebrew letters in Bereshit, is also the Hebrew word for created or creator. So who is in the bet or tent? The Bet Resh. The son is in the tent. Whose son is he? He is the Bet Resh Aleph, the son of God. But he's also the Bet Resh Aleph, the creator. Sheen. Sheen, the 4th letter in Bereshit, is pictured as teeth. Teeth press down, crush, and destroy. Sheen is also a signature letter, the one letter that God uses to signify his special ownership of something. Sheen is also the number 300. 300 is an amplification of the sacred number 3. 3 means divine perfection. 300 signifies a divinely appointed blood sacrifice that results in victory over death. Amazingly, we find another Hebrew word nested in Bereshit.
A little bit of channel business. MC Nemesis, who has a different name when authenticated. Why is your name different? Please feel free to write that in the private chat. And please feel free to turn on a camera, which, thank you very much. You can turn it back off. And you got a little background noise. If you would mute when not speaking, I'd appreciate that.
I have background noise?
Yeah, it's just like a fan or some kind of humming noise, something like that.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, why my channel name is different.
Okay.
I don't know why.
All right, we'll be pausing this every 6 seconds or so. Feel free to interject your thoughts.
Sheen, the 4th letter in Bereshit, is also the last letter in the Hebrew word Resh. Notice that the single Hebrew letter Resh, that is the 2nd letter in Bereshit, is also the 3-letter Hebrew word Resh, spelled Resh, Aleph, Sheen. Resh, the 3-letter word, confirms the meaning of the single letter Resh. To be clear, Resh is not only the name of a letter, it's also
Can you pause it real quick?
Or head.
Of course.
Can you back it up just a wee bit so for the sheen, or not sheen, but the ref, the thing behind the guy's hand right there. Doesn't that? Oh, I'm sorry. Go there. You go right there. Doesn't that look like a yarmulke on top of the head with the nose pointing out right there? It almost looks like a man wearing a yarmulke. Is that what it's meant to be?
Yeah, it's actually a head. Yeah, like the part that turns the rest of your body, your thinking part. Your head.
Okay. So there you go. That's interesting.
That wasn't your imagination. It's a pictogram that you're correctly reading.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you for letting me interrupt.
Notice that the single Hebrew letter Resh, that is the 2nd letter in Bereshit, is also the 3-letter Hebrew word Resh, spelled Resh, Aleph, Sheen. Resh, the 3-letter word, confirms the meaning of the single letter Resh. To be clear, Resh is not only the name of a letter, it's also a 3-letter word that means prince, or head person, or first in Hebrew. Now I want to show you something that's very important. Remember the Hebrew word bar, translated as son? The word that we found nested in the first 2 letters in Bereshit? Notice that in the word bar, the Resh, or prince, is in or inside the bet. He is inside the tent. With that in mind, we must ask why God put both the single letter Resh and then nested the 3-letter word Resh in Bereshit. Let me share at least one obvious reason. The reason is that the Lord wanted us to notice something. He wanted us to notice that the Resh Aleph Sheen, the prince, has come out of the tent. The prince has gone out of his home. A picture is worth a thousand words.
It's pretty absurd.
The prince who was inside the house.
It's pretty absurd for him to say God wanted us to know. Like, what is he talking about?
I'm gonna grant that is just how he sees it, and not necessarily an objective observation, if that's cool.
Yeah, it's not like I don't think it's very good to say God told me this, because like if Hitler said that, God told me to kill all those people.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Out of the house. Are you starting to understand how God communicates with his children? For of such is the kingdom of heaven, our future home. Why is the prince coming out of the tent? The next three pictures.
Who is this to
supposed
tell
be
me
Bear
how
sheep.
God communicates? I know how God communicates somewhat, but like, what is he talking about?
Well, this is his opinion, based in actual Hebrew letters in the Paleo Hebrew, not the modern Hebrew, of course. And this is how he sees it. And Rocky asked us to share this because he thinks that it has some value.
Okay, is everybody on the panel that you do know the Bible is not verbatim? It's like allegories, a book of genres. It's not all facts.
Well, I wouldn't know exactly what you mean based on those short sentences, or I wouldn't assume that I know what you mean. Although at
Yeah,
some
you know,
level I can
I'm talking
already
about.
agree with you.
I'm talking about. Should you look to the Bible to find God? Yes and no. Probably, you're going to find more God out in nature than you would in the Bible.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of people in like irreducible complexity and intelligent design that would obviously agree with you. I'm not sure that I do because I can't say that I know what you mean yet. I would need a lot more ideas and words and sentences.
Like I'm saying, the Bible, in a nutshell, the Bible's full of crap, is what I'm saying. Like Paul was a false prophet.
Okay, well, you're welcome to that. I think I can show that's not the case in a different conversation if we could just get through this video real
Romans
quickly.
13.
We'll talk about Romans 13 if you'll remember that you wanted to.
Give us the answer. If sheen, the picture of teeth, means to crush and destroy, then we must ask, is the Son of God coming out of the tent to be crushed and destroyed? Or is he coming out of the tent to crush and destroy? Or could it be both? Yod. We'll begin to unravel this mystery as we look at the Hebrew letter Yod, the fifth letter in Bereshit. Yod informs us that something amazing is going to unfold on the earth, something that will mark the end of one age and the beginning of something new, a new beginning. We know this has something to do with the prince coming out of his home in heaven, the prince coming out of the tent.
It's very interesting to me in biblical multiple earth theory that Yod indeed is like the idea of a Genesis, and that something has happened before that is a new beginning. So a repetitive cycle. No comments. Okay.
Right.
Yod is
I
the 10th
agree.
letter in the Hebrew
You do agree. Okay.
alphabet. 10 is an important number because the primary meaning of the number 10, Yod, gives added spiritual significance to the picture Yod, the picture of the hand doing a divine deed. Yod, the number 10, is one of 4 sacred numbers, and it means ordinal perfection. The picture of Yod, the hand and the arm, informs us that God has ordained a plan in heaven, signified by Yod, the number 10, that is going to unfold as a mighty deed that is accomplished on the earth. Consider the number 10 for just a moment. 0 is not a number. In God's language, 0 is a placeholder for something else, and that something else is most often time. So now we know why the prince has come out of his heavenly home. He is coming to earth to accomplish something his heavenly Father planned and purposed in heaven that will happen on the earth at the appointed time. But what is that something? The answer is revealed in the final letter of Bereshit. Remember that Bereshit is the first word in the Bible. Notice that the last letter in Bereshit is Tav. Tav is the 22nd and final letter in the Hebrew alphabet. Whatever this something is will bring an end to one thing as it begins another. Tav. Tav, the final letter in Bereshit, is pictured as a cross. To be clear, the earliest Hebrew pictogram displayed this Hebrew symbol or letter as a cross. The pictogram displayed in this article is a faithful representation of the earliest Hebrew letter Tav, pictured as a wooden cross. Tav, the last letter in the Bereshit prophecy, informs us that the divine deed ordained in heaven, number 10, will fulfill a covenant that will be revealed as a sign that is literally pictured as a cross. This sign will mark the center point of all human history from God's perspective. Everything that happened before this sign was sovereignly ordained in order to set the stage for this one single event. This is the one event that God considers the single most important event to happen on the earth, and God has ordained it to happen at exactly the precise appointed time on his 7,000-year calendar for mankind. Everything that happens going forward from this sign, the sign of the cross, is as a direct consequence of this epic event. Whatever man may think is important pales in significance to what God thinks is important. The cross marks the spot from which we can forecast every epic event that God has planned for mankind in the future. The sign is now history, and the answer to why did the prince come out of the home in glory has been revealed. The Son of God left his home in heaven, to come to the earth in order to accomplish his heavenly Father's plan and purpose to redeem mankind. This accomplishment took place on a rude wooden cross that lifted up the Son of God on a mount we know as Calvary. This accomplishment reversed the covenant that man had entered into with death and hell, and opened the door and fulfilled the covenant that God had made with the Son to redeem man and become the very door that leads to the place that Jesus said he was going to prepare for all those that love and trust him.
Welcome, Brick Jonesy.
All those that have been redeemed by the atoning sacrifice of the perfect Lamb of God are now destined to enter God's home, prepared by Yeshua for those he redeemed with his precious blood. Bereshit is all about home, and it's all about new beginnings. The central beginning in view has now been revealed, but there are more. Has the Bereshit prophecy been completely revealed and fulfilled?
Okay, so we've now surpassed the requested time. And let me go back to this layout. All right. Okay. All right. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I think you're welcome. I think there's some assumptions in it. There's some very interesting things, and there is something I would actually add to this. You might know that Bereshit starts with the letter B, which is actually the second letter in their alphabet. And you can notice in Psalms and prominently in the Hebrew writing style, the first set will be starting with the letter A, the second set B, the third set, et cetera, like that. Okay, so really, part of the idea of this being cyclical in nature is that it starts with the second occurrence. It starts with the letter B instead of starting. It really should start with the letter A, but it does not. All right, thoughts on the video. First, Rocky.
Well, I think when it's said in Isaiah 46, 10, 9 and 10, that this is what it's talking about in the beginning. He told us the end from the beginning. And I do agree that this doesn't mean it's the, like it could be a recreation, maybe. Could be the second. I don't know. Anyway, I just thought it was very interesting. And I'm just showing that there's codes in the scriptures that I don't think that you can just say that the scriptures are bullshit. There's these codes in there that I don't think
it is. I think it is.
You can think whatever you want. You can think whatever you want.
What's up with Romans 13?
Can I finish?
MC, we're going to get to you if you would allow the gentleman to finish his thought.
Yeah, I'm just showing that there's codes in there that we are just now really figuring out. And some of them, you know, and if you were to live back then, these would have been obvious codes. Yes. I mean, they would have been obvious to you. And it's all showing that something's gonna happen in the future. And that's like, and then you can determine if you know where the cross is, then you can know where the beginning was and where the end is, like, because it's a marker point. It's the center. So he goes on to explain how the 4,400, the 4,004 years, they say was the beginning, but then that was the beginning of the creation. But the fall started exactly just the same age. Adam was the same age as Christ. He's the first Adam. So Adam was 33 and a half years old when he fell, just like Jesus was 33 and a half years old when he went to the cross. And so if you subtract the 33 and a half from the 4,004 year beginning, then you know some certain things. So the whole video is pretty cool. But the first 12 minutes, I just wanted to show that first.
It was interesting. It was interesting. And yes, it's easy to not see these things 2,000 years, 3,500 years later, in a very different society, not speaking the language. But I completely agreed with you that indeed these things would be obvious. Like the Hebrew names, the meanings of the Hebrew names would be very obvious to a natural Hebrew speaker. And MC, you've just gotten here and you haven't had a chance. And I usually like to ask a person first thoughts when they come up on panel. Go ahead.
Well, first thoughts is I'm a firm believer that the representation of Jesus was a holy, significant, divine thing. But I think that, what came before and after is wishy-washy, such as Romans 13 that says that God appoints government, which means he appointed the Nazis, which was a government. And we're just supposed to accept that. It's like God makes God made the Nazis. So do you guys think that a loving God would create the Nazis?
Well, according to the Old Testament, I create calamity and good things as well. The Lord God does all of these things. And if heaven was always available, which it obviously is, then we could have been in heaven at any point. And I think I should ask myself the question, why am I not in heaven enjoying God's utopia, and instead I'm on this earth suffering? And the only rational answer I can come to is that the heavenlies want us to suffer. Now, is Hitler in any way involved in suffering? I think pretty obviously so. So it's obvious in intent that there is an allowance for evil and suffering on this earth on purpose. So
interjection.
they can
That
be
should not
angry
be the
about that
case.
if they want to be angry
That
about it.
your God is different than my God. My God does not allow any harm. My
What
God
God is that?
punishes all sentient beings that harm. He is the one true God. Your God is more akin to Lucifer.
So
First of all, that's extremely no. Hold on, Odin. Sorry, brother. You're quiet so much of the time, and I really appreciate all of your input at all times. But that was quite an accusation. Okay. So you said my God is more akin to Satan.
No,
this
not
God,
Satan. Satan and Lucifer is two different things.
Okay, you're right. Most people, I do separate those two. And you're saying Lucifer is evil, though, yes? Or why the statement?
Yes, Lucifer is evil because he creates the satanic
Then you're still
system.
saying my God is evil.
You just confirmed it. You said yes, my God creates calamity. That's evil. Doing harm is evil.
Let me ask you some clarifying questions just so I understand where you're coming from. This God that you're trying to describe to me, which I don't think I understand because you've said, maybe 5 sentences. Okay. So I'm not assuming I understand what you mean. But is this God of yours the creator of all things?
Yes, my God is.
One thing at a time. Okay, your God is. Did your God then create all things, including Lucifer?
Yes.
Did your God, and is Lucifer evil?
Lucifer acted on her own will.
That's not the question. The question is, did your God make something that potentially
I created my son. My son has free will.
That's not the same thing, sir. I'm asking you.
He creates beings with free will. They can do as they please.
Okay, so then your God created a free will where a person could do evil.
Yes.
So your God created the ability of evil.
No, evil is the absence of God. So doing what is not on the path of God is evil, which is harming.
I'm just pointing out what you've said.
Yeah, what's the lack of understanding? Your God creates evil, my God doesn't.
Did your God create something that did become evil?
Yeah, but that's not God's fault. He had free will. The being or she had free will.
Could God have created us or that being without free will?
No, that would not be God.
God did not have the choice. So your God did not have a choice about free will.
Okay, so freedom and the truth are synonyms. They're nearly identical. So freedom to choose good or evil is what God gave us, and evil is not choosing the path of God. If
I
you're
don't need
not
a definition
walking
of
the path.
evil, and frankly, you're getting off topic with me here. So what you're saying is that
doing harm to other sentient life forms.
That's fine. That's a fine definition. I'm not arguing the definition. But your God created a situation, say all of existence, the extent, the universe or bigger, multiverse, whatever, where evil could be. But you say didn't create evil.
We can come to the point in the middle, say created the opportunity for evil, sure, and we can say that.
Well, that's what
because
I'd
that's true.
said.
No. Your God kills people. Remember, in the Old Testament, your God murders people, initiates violence.
It's very
My
interesting.
God does not.
Okay. Do you know anything? How many times have you been to this channel or spoken to me?
I've read the Bible cover to cover. I'm a scholar
That's
on
not
it.
the question.
And not only that, I'm a scholar of occult knowledge.
That's not the question, sir. How many times have you been to this channel or interacted with me?
None.
Right. Okay, so you
But I
don't
don't
know
see
my
how
position.
the question's relevant. Can you explain relevance?
Sure. I don't believe what you just said I believe. That's why it's relevant.
You're talking about the Bible. You believe the
Yes.
Bible. You believe in Lucifer.
Yes.
That is the God
I
of the Bible.
believe in Lucifer. That's the God of the Bible. You're making
Your
a lot
God
of
initiates
accusations that,
violence. Your God is
sir,
okay with slavery. Your
are you here to
God is
fight?
okay with government.
Sir, are you
Mine
here to
is
fight or
not.
have conversation?
You're not understanding. It's like you got shit in your ears. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Sir, you're invited to have an adult conversation. It's your
Yeah, this
choice.
is an adult conversation. Listen to what I'm saying. Your God initiates violence. Mine doesn't. What's there not to understand?
I do
You
not
don't
believe.
know Richard's God. You're
You really don't.
assuming Richard's God. And
If you
anyone who
believe in the
knows Richard
biblical God,
is
that
finding
God
this quite
initiates
humorous right
violence.
now.
Jesus
But no, what
never
is your
initiated
hang
violence.
on. But see, now there's the assumption. If he believes the Bible, he must have this specific God. And that's where your assumption has taken you wrong. And Richard could
There's
explain
only
from there.
one God of your Bible, and that's Lucifer.
Thank you
That's
for
the
that,
God of the
Sammy.
Bible.
I
MC.
tried.
MC.
No, you're not.
I want to be fair to you, and I want to give you a fair shake, okay? Because my channel is about being fair, and people actually given floor space to present their ideas, okay? In fairness and conversation that people's minds can advance. That's what I'm trying to do here, okay? So you can't say, just like I said, I don't know your position. I can only summate what you've already said. You don't know my position. And to keep you from embarrassing yourself, and frankly you are, I want to say that the things you're saying about me concerning my reading context of the Bible are wholly inaccurate. Okay, and although I think the
If
Bible is
you come to the conclusion after reading the Bible like I have that you have a loving God, then your reading comprehension skills are not sufficient.
Wait, hold on. You
No
just
loving God would initiate violence
Brick,
upon another
sorry.
sentient being.
I'm going to give you the floor as soon as I can, Brick. I really am. I just have to address
I
this.
mean, you're just
Yes,
acting
sir.
like you don't know what I'm talking about. And quite frankly, it's disrespectful. You know what I'm talking about, and you're playing ignorant.
Okay, I
That's what
do
you're
know what you're
playing.
talking about.
You're
I'm
acting
not
like you can
pretending.
have your own personal little God that you could put in a backpack. No, there is one God, and that's the truth, and that's freedom. Why don't you do some real research into Mark Passio or Larkin Rhodes or Jay Parker?
What
Get
is
yourself a
happening
real
right now?
education before you accuse others, which is
Let
at
me
a higher
finish.
pedestal than you, and trying to teach you something. This is
Okay.
ridiculous.
Okay, so in all of my college testing, well, there's no point in finishing that sentence.
Is he rage quit?
He did what he wanted to do. I did not kick him.
Did he say Mark Passio?
And then
Well,
rage
I
quit.
don't have Mark Passio or I mean the people are on panel are the people on panel. I'm not going to argue with William Lane Craig who isn't here. Sorry.
Wow.
Okay, so Brick, you were trying to say something. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, brother, man. Yeah, no, I appreciate you having
Welcome
me
back,
up.
Rick.
Yeah, thank you, Sammy. Yeah, I was having signal issues a minute ago. Had to, come in and out a couple of times. But the curiosity I had was, I know last time we were discussing the beginning, and that's kind of what just got brought up a little bit. With the beginning, one of the things that I've heard you mention before was that it's a recurring beginning.
Yeah, it's the beginning of this occurrence. That's what it's talking about. Yeah.
Right. So if it's the recurring beginning, or that's a possibility of it, see, that's where I say is it the possibility that it's the beginning of something that's not recurring?
Could it be the beginning of something that's not recurring? Sure. I mean, that's logically possible. Sure. I mean, it's possible in logic. It's just not possible in the words.
Okay. So that's where I'd like to see it.
Okay. What would you want to see? We just showed a video.
Mm-hmm.
And literally the idea of beginning, the sheath in Bereshit is talking about a change. In the Paleo Hebrew, it lays on its back. The letter lays on its back, and it looks like a kind of like a two-handled hockey stick, something like that, laying on the ground. And it's talking it's talking about that sudden change going up in the air, which is it's literally ascension, and that change. And then there's a less important fact that the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet is normally used to start the beginning of something, to say this is the beginning, whereas Bereshit obviously is missing Aleph. It's missing the letter A, the first letter.
All right, so I'm going to try to posit an example here. Candy. This is the example that was in my mind before I came up. Candy. There's all sorts of different types of candies, right? You got Jolly Ranchers, you got little chocolates, you got all the sorts of types. Now, if I wanted to create a candy, I would need certain ingredients, but pretty much the basic main ingredient is like sugar, right?
Probably.
For the existence. I'm sorry.
Probably. I just said probably. Sorry. I won't say anything more until you're done.
Gotcha. So for the existence of reality, there's energy, right? And the dynamic energy is actually how the creator is described, the dynamic energy. He is the dynamic energy, right? And so for that dynamic energy to have always existed, much like sugar will always exist within candy, that's kind of how I see it. Like, so everything that is in existence is not just created by him, but for him and through him. He is not like literally I am him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like a Jolly Rancher, whereas he is like sugar. Does that make sense?
Not to me yet, but I'm willing to listen more. Anyone else want to try to paraphrase that for me, or maybe I can understand through someone else?
Not from me.
You want to try some more, Brick? Brick's having connection problems.
Yeah,
Savage
I'm
Minnow,
like
welcome.
having a horrible signal.
It's okay, brother. We're going to wait on you. Hang in there. First thoughts, Savage Minnow, and peace and respect, and how are you, and welcome and stuff.
Peace and respect to you as well, and the other panelists. I've been hanging out in chat. I wasn't actually going to jump on the panel, but it looks like my comments keep getting deleted for some reason. But yeah, going back to like what we were talking about earlier, I think that a lot of times, even if we do get like a direct translation from the Hebrew text, we are missing a lot of the intricacies of the text. And like I was saying in the chat, I think some people thought, but every letter in the Hebrew alphabet is a word. like the words a and I are in English. And that adds a layer of context to things that like native Hebrew speakers will understand that isn't communicated when it's translated through other languages. And I think that that is important in that, yes, there are a lot of like hidden codes and things like that in the Torah. And I very much agree with the person who said that the actual letters that are used is part of that. But yeah, that's what I came in to say.
Yeah, that would have been Rocky Shepherd.
Awesome. Well, I very much agree with that, Rocky.
Well, it's not something we can agree or disagree with. It's objectively true that doesn't come through in the translation, and that the natural speaking, familiar with the symbols of the Hebrew language, including the Paleo Hebrew, would just seem really obvious to them. Which is why I invite people, if they're serious about it, not everyone needs to be serious about these things, to go and look into the meanings of these things and look into the depth of it, because it doesn't cause confusion. It only causes clarity. Unfortunately, if a person does that and they do it thoroughly, I believe they really can no longer honestly attend a Christian church, because the Christian church would be torn down by those ideas.
Can I engage in some clarification real quick, Richard, by reading a piece of scripture?
Please do, share.
Okay, thank you. So this is about the previous conversation. The gentleman brought up Romans 13. Specifically, Romans 13 is discussing the submission to governing authorities. So I'm going to read that up to from verse 1 to 6, right? Because after that, then it starts talking about how love fulfills the law and stuff like that. But it says here, let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. For rulers hold no terror for those who do right, but for those who do wrong. Do you know to be free from fear of one in authority? Then do what is right, and you will be commended. For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. If you, excuse me, but if you do wrong, be afraid, for rulers do not fear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath to bring punishment on the wrongdoer. Therefore, it is necessary to submit to the authorities, not only because of possible punishment, but also as a matter of conscience. This is also why you pay your taxes, for the authorities are God's servants, who give their full time to governing. Give to everyone what you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes. If revenue, then revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. And it ends right there. So it
Comments,
wasn't
thoughts,
talking about all
anyone?
the other stuff.
Yeah, I know. Comments, thoughts.
Yeah, I got a few comments and thoughts about the entire discussion. I'm glad he brought it back to Romans. And I said in the chat, first off, I'd like to acknowledge that was the politest dog walking of a person that I've probably have read about or seen him on my own eyes or read about in the Bible since Jesus Christ walked on the earth. Well done, Richard. You showed patience, long suffering, temperance. You pretty much nailed it, bro. And that's impressive. That's the reason why you and I can get along well enough, because you know to kind of retreat a little to give me space to rage against the machine at times, and then I calm down. So God gives us the leaders that we deserve. That's kind of what that whole passage is talking about. I think that the gentleman just read, and I think it's apt that I point out that when the guy with the funny little mustache kept getting brought up, yeah, he gives people the leadership that they deserve. He puts his people in check constantly. If you have any questions about that, I would encourage you or invite you to open up Habakkuk. It's only 3 chapters. And look at how God will raise up the Chaldeans or Chaldeans. I'm not quite sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, to deal with his people who are being full of hubris. And
if that was a question, it's Chaldeans.
Chaldeans?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much for that correction. And it was a question. Yeah. So I find it very fascinating and very interesting. That we are given the leadership that we deserve. Matter of fact, I think that the Jews were demanding a king for a long time, but God had appointed them judges. And when he finally did go, okay, you want a king? Here's your king. And from what I understand, he was a pretty horrible king. So I digress from there, and any kind of pushback or response.
10% of your income, 10% of your gross,
Tithe, yeah.
And make your women confectionaries.
Also, yes. Also, I do want to point out that Savage Minnow, I tried to look as a mod here on the channel. Somebody, native atheist, I guess, kept hiding her comments.
No, I actually just blocked her outright due to sausage fingers. She's been unblocked.
Okay, good. Because I was looking at the deleted messages, going, okay, man, I'm screwed then if she's getting hidden. I'm done.
It wasn't even on purpose.
I was like, were my hot dog comments out of line? Like,
probably not.
No, it was just an accident. Yeah.
It's just if you're operating with a phone and you're a construction person, testosterone is really convenient for some things and not for others. That's just how it is.
So my apologies for derailing. So Brick's conversation, I wasn't necessarily sure about the analogy that he was giving. So if possible, Brick, can you use a different analogy to kind of explain your point?
Yeah. So I appreciate you guys' patience. I think I figured it out. I believe I figured it out. So hopefully no more connection issues. Let's see if I can come up with a better analogy. I mean, food is such a perfect analogy, because when we work as humans to quote unquote create, because the product is already there, we put ingredients together, and there tends to always be this main ingredient, perhaps with like a chicken dish, right? You can put a little mustard on there, put a little blueberry on there, but you're still going to have to cook the chicken. It's still chicken, right? And so
Quick pause. I'm having a cigarette. GS, keep this rolling, will you?
All right. So, there's always this main ingredient.
Okay, Bricky, I'm going to keep this rolling. You need to get in the basement. Oh, crap, Rich is back. Go ahead, keep talking, Brick. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Man. Yep. And so chicken, pork, whatever the main ingredient is that you're going to put it together with. And, from what I understand, that, the most of the universe is created or comprised of energy. I know a lot of people say, well, it's water. No, actually, it's actually energy. And that's just another piece of him, right? So he took a piece of himself. He is that dynamic energy in physical, I guess you could say, or even within the heavens. See, my curiosity is this. So in Genesis 1:1, it says in the beginning, or beginning with, or first, God created. And what did he create? Heaven and earth. It wasn't just earth, right? And then you have to ask, what is heaven? Because a lot of this conversation is revolving around what is created, right? Well, created was heaven and earth. Where is heaven? We all say, okay, well, the earth, we know where the earth is, but where is heaven? I mean, we look up to the sky and we see a heaven, right? And that's why some translations translate it to heavens, because we actually see two versions of heaven. We can see it with our eyes, the heavens of the sky, the heaven of the sky, and then there's outside the heaven of the sky, which is, space, the stars, and that sort of thing. But to include another piece, which would be that quote unquote spiritual realm, that's the part that some people have trouble with to understand it. Of course, in my opinion, the scriptures do describe a heavenly realm, something outside of the sky, something outside of the spatial realm, the physical spatial realm. And that dynamic energy that is God does not stop with the spatial realm. It goes outside beyond that. So that heavenly realm, so the heaven describes to me not just the sky and the spatial realm that we can see, but also the heavenly area where God and the angelic creatures, spiritual creatures, however you want to call it, where they reside too. I don't know if anybody's picking up what I'm putting down there, but that's kind of my view of it. And with what Richard's, kind of pointing to here does not necessarily disagree with what I'm saying from my understanding. It seems like every time that I bring it up, he's like, yes, it could be interpreted that way. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure when he comes back, he'll kind of point out these little inconsistencies, but that is what I am positing, is that it exists outside of what we see.
So are you saying that the very first line, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth? You're saying that that specific verse, you're saying that it's referring to what I call it the God domain, where God is located and the angels and all of that, right? And the universe. You're saying that that line is saying that that's the creation of all things?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So now, what about now the earth was formless and empty, darkness was on the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Now, that section, right, that happened, that clearly happens like immediately. So how do you parse that out? Well, actually, ignore that. What is informing your first assertion about Genesis 1 verse 1? What other scripture can you point to kind of demonstrate that that's really what it's saying and not what Richard is saying, which is basically it's not creation out of nothing.
I think, are you talking about the great uncaused cause? Are you referring to that? Because God created everything, so he was the great uncaused cause. But go ahead. I don't know if that helps or if I just put a spoke in the front wheel.
It also says that God's going to create a new heaven and a new earth.
Mm-hmm.
So I think God is outside of heaven, and heaven and earth is like a domain for mankind, but God is outside of it. So he's going to create a new heaven and a new earth.
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking Brick what because normally if you're going to hold a position in the Bible,
mm-hmm.
right, or a theology, right, you wouldn't just go to just one piece of scripture and just say, hey, that's what it says and that's it, right? You'd
Mm-hmm.
look other places where that would I guess support the idea that you're trying to present. So I'm just asking, what other pieces of scripture, I mean, you don't have to give exact verses or anything, you can paraphrase, but what
Gotcha.
other piece of scripture do you believe that would kind of back up your position in that specifically that in Genesis 1 verse 1 means
Mm-hmm.
the creation of everything?
Yep. And there are a few, and the fellows were kind of pointing a little bit to it, the uncaused cause, the unknown God that was on the Parthenon that was mentioned in the book of Acts. It also talks about in the scripture about an invisible God, the invisible God. He is not visible, right? Even energy itself can be visible, right? We can observe it, right? And so there's also other scriptures where it talks about the court of heaven, right? And so there's the court of heaven where he resides. Now, if he resides there, then that would mean or constitute that he could go in and out of that. It doesn't say where he goes when he goes outside of that. I mean, I would assume that he could possibly come to the earth or into the universe itself. But if he can go in and out of the court, wouldn't he certainly be able to go out and into wherever and into even non-existence itself and observe that, right? So, and that's where I get into the point about death, right? And so death itself, some people will say, well, God didn't create evil. Well, he did create death. Death is something that happens to human beings, and it happens to us, and it will happen to, according to the scriptures, it will happen to certain spirit creatures where they will be thrown into the lake of fire. And that death, where basically death to me is non-existence, like your worm food. You're not with us anymore.
So I'll give you an example. So if I was in your position, right, and someone asked me, okay, can you find a piece of scripture? I would use John 1 verses 1 to 3, right? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. Through him all things were made, and without him nothing was made, right? So that's an example of what I would use, for example, to kind of back up my assertion that, hey, Genesis 1 verse 1, right, is basically saying God created everything in that particular piece of scripture. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is my problem with John 1:1 and using it too much, is that then Trinitarians come in and say, well, look at this, and then the argument kind of gets derailed. But no, that is a good scripture. I do agree. Where the word itself, and if you really understand what the word is a creation, right? It's not like the creation of a rock or a pot, right? It's literally just sounds coming out of your mouth. Now, sounds have vibrations, the word, and then you've got the word, which is supposed to be Jesus, right? And so understanding that the word is created, right? Every time we speak a word, we create something. We're creating a degree of knowledge. And with
before you go any further, I actually just pulled up the scripture. So it says, in the beginning was the word. It didn't say in the beginning the word was created. It says in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, as in the word has always existed with God, and the word was God, meaning that the word itself, right, despite being a separate person, right, is of the same entity or the same being.
Right. Well, see, and this gets back to Richard's point about the beginning, right? So if you're going to take his literal sense of that word, beginning, then you can't say the beginning of God. It would be recurring, right? So if it's the same sense of beginning, then that the word being there with him at all times for on and on and on in eternity into the past, then you can't have that same idea here and then have a different idea in Genesis.
I think that's something different, though, right? I'm talking about the deity, not the earth itself. Just as a point of clarification.
Well, that's kind of my point, is that even if you're talking about the deity, right? So you're going to claim, like, I'm not saying you personally, but if a person claims that the beginning is the beginning of the earth or whatever from Genesis, right? Then also you're going to change that to something else in John 1:1 to the beginning that always was. So it's either a beginning with just one beginning that could possibly be recurring, or a beginning that is forever and ever and ever and ever.
Well, my thing is beginning is like a time spot. And I believe God is outside of time, space. He's eternal. He existed from not just he's always existed, but the beginning the Bible is talking about in Genesis 1:1 is talking about the beginning of this heaven and earth, and it's not talking about God. It's talking about like it's a time spot. So if you know that God is outside of time and space, there is no beginning and no end to God. He's like time has a straight line. It's like there's a point here and it goes to this point. That's time. Now eternity is represented by a circle or a 8 because it has no beginning or no end, and that's why 8 is considered the eighth day. The eighth day. That's why they have an 8, because the eighth day we go back to eternity, and time and space could something like that. I just want to interject that. Sorry.
Yeah, I get that. I understand that completely. And so this is where, again, I'm going to the consistency of the concept behind beginning, right? I would posit that a better word there would not be beginning, but rather first. Because when you say beginning, it's almost like you have to start the sentence with in the. So if you change that, I'm not saying to change the scriptures, I'm saying if you were to put a better translation down, my opinion would be first, because then the verse would read, first God created, instead of beginning God created, right? And that would also, I'm sorry?
Or to start with.
To start with, well, the thing I'm trying to get away from is the conjunction, right? In the, or to start. Whereas first, if you use the word first God created, then you could also apply the head to first. What's up, Rick?
Yeah, it's the in the beginning. Okay, so the first letter of the word beginning is a tent, and it's like you're like, what's in the tent? So in the tent, in it's like, who's in the tent? So the word in is kind of in the word. It's like beginning, but the first letter is a tent. So you want to know who's in the tent? I don't know that.
Well, I feel like Richard's back and he's going to let us know how far off the rails we've gone.
Not off the rails, not whatsoever.
Cool.
In fact, I would agree with, but I think, Brick, you missed some of the video that shoot, what's your name?
Rocky.
That Rocky, thank you. That Rocky brought up. Thank you so much for that, GS. That when it says Rashith, it's talking about the part that turns, the head, the capital thing, the first thing. So it's already predictively talking about the idea of repentance, turning the head, to shake the head. And the idea here is that God grabs hold of your head and shakes it. That's what Rosh is, right there on screen. And when we go to the derivative word, the Rashit, it carries
I
that
don't.
with
I don't
it.
think you're showing. Yeah, I don't think you're showing screen.
Am I not? Oh, sorry. Let me do that again. Thank you both. So there you go. Okay, so it's the idea of shaking the head, the part that's most easily shaken, the part that turns you, the part that causes repentance. So it's from the perspective of God shaking your head or turning your head. That kind of an idea. Go ahead.
Is it a sense of chastising or not?
Yes. Yes,
Well,
it can be.
My curiosity is whose head?
The intended reader's head.
I mean, are you sure about that?
I am very persuaded to that.
Okay. Because even within the definition, right, it doesn't say whose head.
It doesn't. You have to glean that from context, short-term and long-term context. Yeah.
And that's common in many languages. Like, I know, like in ASL, it's common you don't say like you or me, because gestural signs will basically cover that, or the I is implied. If I say go store, I'm saying I am going to the store. I'm implying myself. And I think the same is true in Hebrew in a lot of cases. I don't know that for a fact.
Well, so for me, when I see first and then it's applied to head, right, I'm assuming if it's referring to a head, it's referring to the first head, not my head. I wasn't created first.
Okay, so here's what I think. For the casual reader, it's the thing that shakes your head. Like being part of Israel, part of the struggling with God, struggling with reality. You could even say something like existentialism.
It's more about the force rather than the physical head.
So,
right.
So can I
shaking your head?
Can I engage what I and correct me if I'm wrong, Brick, but I think what he's trying to get to is the first head would be Jesus.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but that doesn't make sense. Why would he need to shake Jesus' head first? Because in the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. All things that were created to include the world, to include the understanding of the world, and the need for understanding of the world was created by the Word, which is Jesus. So it's a snake eating its own tail of a maybe perhaps a non sequitur.
Well, unless Jesus is a job description.
Oh,
yes.
Interesting.
And it literally is. If I say Christos Yeshua, what I just said translated into our language is christened to announce God salvation.
Yeah, it's literally
okay. That's the description of doing things. It's not a name.
Interesting.
It's like saying carpenter or plumber.
And so, did the creator need to? No. But if he was going to do it, wouldn't he have a purpose?
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. So what if the God Almighty, the Alpha Omega, sent Jesus that this was Jesus's first creation? This is like having your kid taking the training wheels off your kid's bike for the first time and letting go of the bike.
Yes.
That's interesting. Ooh, that's interesting. All right.
Yeah, it's big idea stuff. I get chills. I do. I have chills now.
Woohoo.
It says so in no uncertain terms that Christ is tempted in all things, that he's fully a man. Okay, you could not have the manifestation of perfect divinity in a person, and they are tempted by something. So there has to be this time of innocence in order for that to be true. There has to be Christ in his innocence, which he says to Mary at the wedding ceremony, "It is not yet my time."
But he does it
Then
anyway,
that
though.
immediately changes. Well, it immediately changes, and it is his time, and he does. He acts. But
I do want to push back
go
on your thought, Richard, and
Go
this
ahead.
is the second time you've put this out. That you're only given a partial, and maybe this is my ignorance, but it seems to me like you're only giving a partial explanation of that. From what I understand, again, very limited, that he was tempted in all ways and still found without sin. Without sin means he didn't sin. So what you're saying is he had to do everything from meth to snort and blow off a hooker's tits in order to understand what it was like to be a man. And
that
somehow,
could be included, but not necessarily included.
And somehow he was still without sin. Like, does he get this is like he gets a big old elitist kind of Jeffrey Epstein body double, and then he gets to go back to a new island?
To quote a philosopher friend of mine, I don't need to do crack to know crack is bad, but I need to know what crack is to know it's bad.
But you just put that argument forth for Jesus, saying that he went on a rumspringa or whatever the Amish call, where they kind of sow their wild oats of the world and decide whether they want to go back to Amish world.
Late teenage years, yeah. To be tempted in all things is not to do all things, and the text does read, "Be angry, but sin not." That is the anger, not the sin. Acting on the anger is the sin.
But you're wiggling away from this because you're making an assertion that he might not have been as squeaky clean.
No, I'm not making an assertion. I mean, I'm announcing.
Well, you said it like an hour and a half ago.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so you are you're full-throated saying that he might not be as squeaky clean as we are misled to believe that he is.
Well, it's not the Bible that leads us to believe that. It's church doctrine that leads us to believe that. I think the Bible is saying the opposite.
Okay, so to flush this out, okay, and I'm not trying to pin you. I'm trying to ascertain if your logic is following or if I'm just misunderstanding something here. So you're saying I don't have to do crack to know that crack's bad. I can see the effects of crack. So he doesn't need to do any of those sins to know that sins is bad. It's obvious to him because he is the way, the truth, and the life.
Okay.
He is the law. So why would he need to experience any sin to know that sin's bad when sin separates you from God? So he'd necessarily be separating himself from himself, which sounds oxymoronical to an extent, right? It's not until he took all the sins of the world onto him that he felt forsaken by his Father. Mm-hmm. I would argue that every time I do a sin in that moment, I feel as though I've left the presence of the Lord. Not that he's left me, that I've left the presence of the Lord.
That would be a truism, yeah.
And I can nowhere find I can nowhere find where Jesus wasn't doing the Lord's work the entire time that we've experienced him. I understand that he disappears. He goes out for a pack of cigarettes. Who knows what, maybe he's got a couple families he's visiting.
33. Yeah.
Right. So no, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not dismissing it out of hand or offhand.
Okay.
I just think that it's very presumptive because I believe, and I'm gonna land the plane with this. Where the Bible is clear, who am I to muddy it? Where the Bible is silent, who am I to editorialize?
Right.
All rounds.
Okay. So, if as I think it was Paul said, if we say that we are without sin, we are liars. There's no truth in us, and we are far from God. Right. However, Paul is forgiven. So Paul is then, after the forgiveness, without sin because of the vicarious redemption through Christ Jesus. The conundrum here that you're inquiring requires that I must believe that in order to be consistent within myself and my understanding of the text, that Christ did sin and was forgiven by Christ. Which, yes, I do believe that the Father did it. And through the Father's vicarious redemption and sacrifice, the next one is forgiven. And that is always the case.
So in that, could I just ask the question then, what perhaps might be the sin that you would be pointing to? Are there any that you could say, these are the sins that are observed that the Christ
Well, you had a
committed?
whore for a girlfriend.
Well, I don't know
What do you
about that.
think? Do you think they weren't having sex?
No.
Okay, well, you're free to assume that, but there's not a whole lot of reason for her to be in the story otherwise. And why is she important? Why is she there at all? There's plenty of people not mentioned.
I mean, I wouldn't add things to the text.
So to try to answer your question, if I may, Richard, Brick, feel free to tag in anytime you want. I could use all the help I can get, honestly, especially against this mammoth undertaking of trying to argue with Richard. I feel like an idiot for doing it.
He's a very knowledgeable guy, man.
I feel like an idiot trying to even do it. But I mean, I'm actually not arguing. I'm actually kind of curious. So how many times do we have examples that Jesus is the mentor, that he is the example, the exemplar? He is a representation of the Jewish man and how a Jewish man should operate in the world. Not to be in the world, but not to be of the world, but in the world, right? So in this scenario, I find it interesting that as an example of deliverance from a vice or a sin, like I got delivered from 38 years of dipping tobacco. Why? Because I wanted to be, and I asked God. Ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. Mary Magdalene being in the presence of the Lord, it could be an example of everyone may have known her to be of a certain repute, but as she is conducting herself differently, her countenance will change. You are the company you keep, right? So is she would Jesus be more like a whore, or would she be more like a disciple being in his presence?
Beginning or end of the story?
At any point in time, again, due to my vast amounts of ignorance in this situation.
I think she does change over time, as people do.
Right. But is it not possible that is an example that one can make changes and look at, you can even walk with Jesus. If you turn away from these vices and these old things, if you reject the sin and stay in the spirit, you too can. It doesn't mean that they have Congress. That the intercourse that they probably likely had was intellectual and voice, that kind of an intercourse, like we're having now, and none of us have slept with each other that I'm aware of. Yeah, I know Rocky's had his eye on me for a couple of weeks now, but
no, this is a good point to make, because the Jewish people at that time and throughout history were told not to quote unquote intermingle. Yet they found themselves in the need to proselytize, right? And so to preach and to teach does not necessarily mean that you're getting involved with the other ideology, rather that you are setting that example. And so that is what Jesus found himself so very often doing, even within the nation of Israel, the Jewish people, at all times, because they were all found with sin.
I mean, to me at least, if you notice, I don't know if I'm the only person that noticed, but Jesus had his disciples, some of probably a few of the people, at least probably back then, who are not very liked or respected and looked down upon.
Outcasts.
Outcasts, right?
And some of those were you. Go ahead.
Right? And so if you notice, right, those outcasts, despite their proclivities and their past, right, being in Christ, they started to live Christ-like lives, right? They started to emulate Christ, right? They didn't become him. They started to emulate him, right? And if Jesus's goal is to get people to emulate him, right, it wouldn't make sense for him to essentially do things that would be contradictory to his goals, so to speak, right? As in, his focus is to get Mary to be more like him versus him more like Mary, especially when he himself, right, kind of clearly states that if you look on a woman, and you lust after, you kind of sin, right? So if he has that knowledge, right, then most likely um, he wouldn't partake in those activities. Because as far as I can tell, at least from the persona of Jesus, right, he comes across as very stoic and stern, right? At least to the point of being compassionate, right? So I don't see him as someone who, as a person who would even entertain the idea, especially when considering his role as a rabbi, because he understands that being a teacher at that point is extremely important. As a rabbi, people follow your followers essentially are supposed to emulate you, right?
Yeah.
From what I remember about Jewish culture back then. So, I think with that knowledge, I don't think he would even risk his ministry in any way like that. Now, sure, like the gentleman said earlier, when Jesus cursed the I think it was the
Olive tree.
the olive tree, right? Um, you say, well, it's a sin. Well, the Father cursed things before,
Hmm.
right? And he's doing what the Father does, right? And it's not a sin as far as I'm concerned. It's never mentioned in the Bible that that God himself cursing things and not liking things is a sin.
Well, I mean, it's his pottery. He created it on the wheel. He fired it. He clayed it. He painted it. If he wants to chuck it against the wall, guess what? He can chuck it against the wall. Who are you to be outraged?
Well,
Yeah,
I believe in
sure.
what's called the hypostatic union. Uh, Christ was both man and God with hypostatic union, and he was born a virgin because sin comes through the man and the sin nature, the nature. So he was as a man, he was able not to sin, but as God, he was not able to sin. So he was both God and man. As a man, he was able not to sin because he did not have the sin nature. And
You just contradicted yourself. Let me help you untangle that because you just contradicted yourself. You clarified it, but then you muddied it. So
I don't know.
yeah, you did, because you just said as men are born in a sin nature, but he was a man that was able to resist sin because he was also God who cannot sin. And then you
Yeah,
said so
humanity.
as a man he was able to not sin. So you just counteracted your own original argument. You already gave the clarifying caveat, and
What
then
I'm saying is,
you muddied it again. But go ahead.
Yeshua
Uh,
only used his humanity. He didn't use his
Yes, it was
divinity
a fig tree.
given on the earth. He used his humanity to overcome sin. He is showing us how to live and to overcome sin. He didn't use his divinity. He used his humanity. But as man, the reason why he was able not to sin was because he didn't have the sin nature. Because the the Bible says that sin comes through the man. He was born of a virgin, therefore he didn't have the sin nature of Adam. Just like Adam was born perfect,
It's interesting.
he was able not to sin, but he did sin because he wasn't God. He was.
So here's the interesting thing, and yes, it was the fig tree. Whoever commented that. So here's the interesting thing about that scene, right? So Jesus cursed the fig tree because it was not bearing fruits,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, in the next scene, where is he? He's in the temple. What was happening in the temple? What did he say that all of these people were doing in the temple that that they were not supposed to be doing? Right? It was a market. They were using it as a marketplace, right? Which obviously pisses him off, and he throws the tables and runs everyone out and stuff like that, right? And it's the idea of bearing fruits. That tree is the temple. The temple is not bearing fruits. He curses the temple, right? Hence, the temple will be destroyed, blah, 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 right? And once it's, when he comes back, right, the fig tree is withered. I think it was Peter that pointed that out, right? And I don't remember exactly what he said to Peter, but he referenced it. He referenced it back to the temple, right? So what Jesus did was very intentional, right? Because that temple, it's supposed to bear fruits. It was not bearing fruit. It looked pretty, right? It had leaves and everything, but it wasn't bearing fruit.
So to your point, Batman, the Bible says that you'll know them by their fruits. For a good tree brings forth good fruit, and an evil tree or a bad tree brings forth bad fruit. While this fig tree, was in season, yet it still brought no fruit forward. And also, it goes to say that I'd rather you be hot or cold, but because you're lukewarm, I will vomit you, violently throw you out of my mouth. That's what he did to that fig tree, because it wasn't hot or cold. It was lukewarm. It was doing not what it was supposed to do, or even being in rebellion of doing not what it was supposed to do, if that makes any sense. So that's a really good point, and I don't know if that bulwarks what you said or not, or if that's even helpful.
Yeah, that's that is on point.
That's it,
right? Because here's the thing, right? Matter of fact, let me pull it up real quick. I got it up here. Okay,
I think the
so
tree represents Israel.
yes, no, specifically, it's the temple. The temple has a specific purpose, right? There's a reason they were built to specific specifications. There's a reason why only certain men are allowed to be priests. There's a reason why they have to be physically, perfect, all of that stuff. There's a reason behind all of that stuff, right? And the purpose is for it to bear specific fruits, right? It wasn't bearing fruits. So the tree represented the temple. It's amazing, man. Stuff like that just blows my mind. Um,
Trees are often used to represent a people, like the olive tree. You can be grafted in to Israel. The wild olive tree can be grafted into the culture tree of Israel, and so you become a part of the tree of Israel. And then you have the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Some people think that was actually just Satan. He was the tree in the garden. He was the tree. It represents like a family.
but think about why he used. So there's a reason why. So typically, right, olives, for example, are used for a specific purpose, right? And figs are typically used for a specific purpose, right? Normally, people would go up to a fig tree and like pluck it and like eat. And figs are they are very good fruit that tastes good, right? And so if the tree isn't bearing what it's supposed to bear, right, then it makes sense to do something about the tree, because at that point it's not being useful, right? If you have your garden and you plant a tree that is supposed to bear fruit, but it's just there, it's not bearing fruit, but yet still you're dedicating time, energy, and resources towards it, and it's taking away from the other plants in the garden, then what are you going to do? You're just going to have a tree there not bearing fruit when its purpose is just it's there to bear fruit. You're going to get rid of it.
Yeah, so for this, instance, it's coming to my mind about the sacrifices versus the money that might be allowed in exchange for a sacrifice in the temple, right? So you could either pay, or you could make a sacrifice. The sacrifices were honored more. So when people saw it kind of like an outward showing, if you made an actual sacrifice, you would be, looked favorably upon, as opposed to the money. You just, drop a little bit of money in there. People say, well, that's just a rich man. He can do that because he's a rich man, right? But if you're going to bring the sacrifice yourself because it's a piece of your flock, right? People see you outside of the temple with that, right? And then walking in with it, it's almost even more sanctifying, right? But if you walk in, right, and you have a little bit of money and you see that somebody's in the temple selling for cheaper that same sacrifice, it's almost like cheating. So Jesus walks in and he sees this going on, right? Now
hold on. I don't think cheap. What do you mean? Can you qualify cheaper, Brick? Cheaper as in less of a cost to you personally, or cheap because from what I understand, they were price gouging people big time.
Well, actually, the way I see it, it's the other way around. Is because if you actually walk in, right, and the rich man has brought like 10 rabbits, let's say, right, and the rabbit is the sacrifice that you need to make, right? You give him, 10 pence, right, and the cost of your sacrifice or your sin was actually 20 pence, right? But you can buy the rabbit for 10 pence. Imagine being able to do that right there in the temple. You walk in, you give the 10 pence for the rabbit, and then the rabbit, you can now make the sacrifice, right? And you
Well, you think you are, but you hide nothing from God, though.
Right.
Yeah, does it count? It would count as like half of the sacrifice.
Yeah, it would be a deception onto God, and you would know that if you were that much. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Minnow. I think that was Minnow. Please continue.
No, that was it. That was my whole point. It's what you're sacrificing is like the rabbit is arbitrary, right? Like whether it's the 10p that you're paying for or the 20p for it, that's what you're sacrificing. So
yep, that's exactly right. So that's why people were quote unquote trying to cheat, right? Because it's the outward showing in front of those higher elders. When you walk in, you just get the rabbit for the 10 pence, and then you go in front of the higher elders. So Jesus saw that, right?
That
and
might
he
work
said,
for the elders, but it's not going to work for God.
Right. That's why Jesus saw it and he knew it. He knew what they were doing. They were all in on it.
But then that would counteract free will, though, because I mean, if you have the ability to think that what you conspire to do in the darkness won't be revealed in the light eventually, to include your own deceitful heart, why would he interfere to protect someone from doing what would be inwardly normal to their heart in the first place, to deceive the Lord?
Well, because those in the temple,
let them be damned, right? They're damning themselves. Why would he intercede and say, "You know not what you do"? No, they knew exactly. This is your scenario.
Yeah, because it sounds like they do know what they do.
Right. I think you're adding a lot of liberty, I think, for the sake of a premise or an argument or positing or putting forth an idea. And I'll engage it on that level, but I think you're taking liberties and you're trying to put it in a historical context. I think you should and listen, you can do whatever you want, but I would preface it. I'd be less hesitant to engage this as not being against the Bible. If you were saying, let's posit, hey, what if this is the scenario? Maybe this is where their minds were at, as opposed to you're acting like you have some kind of a word of knowledge that that's exactly what was happening. And I from my understanding, of my little bit of an understanding of the Bible, is they were price gouging people big time.
Where's the context for that?
That the usury and taking advantage of people needing to make a sacrifice. So they were trying to sell these unblemished sacrifices when they weren't actually. There was like lemons. They were selling them lemons, man. They were cheating the people. So from my understanding, again, I'm paraphrasing. I couldn't give you chapter and verse right now, but it doesn't sound like you're giving me chapter and verse. It sounds like you're kind of like editorializing as well.
Can we just read it and see?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. So it says here, the next day, as they were leaving Bethany, Jesus was hungry. Seeing in the distance a fig tree in leaf, he went to find out if it had any fruit. When he reached it, he found nothing but leaves, because it was not the season for figs. Then he said to the tree, "May no one ever eat fruit from you again." And his disciples heard him say it. On reaching Jerusalem, Jesus entered the temple courts and began driving out those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves, and would not allow anyone to carry merchandise through the temple courts. And as he taught them, he said, "Is it not written, 'My house will be called a house for prayer for all nations'? But you have made it a den of robbers." The chief priests and the teachers of the law heard this and began looking for a way to kill him, for they feared him because the whole crowd was amazed at his teaching. When evening came, Jesus and his disciples went out of the city. In the morning, as they went along, they saw the fig tree withered from the roots. Peter remembered and said to Jesus, "Rabbi, look, the fig tree you cursed is withered." "Have faith in God," Jesus answered. "Truly, I tell you, if anyone says to this mountain, 'Go, throw yourself in the sea,' and does not doubt in their heart, but believes that what they say will happen, it will be done for them. Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. When you stand praying, if you hold anything against anyone, forgive them, so that your Father in heaven may forgive you of your sins."
Yeah.
So they were not. So that's what I'm saying. Like the temple. If you go back and you read Exodus, you read Deuteronomy, and even Numbers, right? The temple serves specific purposes, right? Even the tithing serves a specific purpose. Tithing is not necessarily just to maintain the priests in the temple. It's supposed to help poor, the downtrodden, all of that stuff, right? It's supposed to bear specific fruits. It was not bearing specific fruits. That's clear. That's why that's why he didn't just run, bully the people who were just selling. He bullied the people that were buying as well and rushed all of them out, because that's not what the temple was for.
All right. So I think I believe what GS is kind of pointing to is the robbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it
Precisely.
talked about the robbers. Okay. So my understanding of robbery can be two things. One of them could be a monetary gain, right? So they could be robbing the people of their material wealth. Now, knowing Jesus and the things that he talked about, the things that he preached about, my understanding of what he was talking about robbery, was robbing the people of their opportunity to be forgiven of their sins.
No.
I understand
them.
I understand what I understand
okay.
what I understand what you're saying. He was robbing them of the opportunity. They were making it too convenient for them to have an easy way out of thinking that they had made a proper sacrifice to the Lord and were forgiven, and when in fact they were being robbed of their forgiveness.
Yeah, and you could be right too. I'm not going to say that. You're not.
Either way, they're robbers, right? I mean,
Yep,
and a robber
exactly.
is somebody that's going to sell you a lemon, right? Like it's a used car salesman. To my point, I don't know, man. I like your thought on that too as well, Ricky. I really do. It's really interesting. I find it fascinating and interesting. And thank you for reading that, by the way.
I'd like to bulwark the idea going back to Cain and Abel and the sacrifice of flesh and fleshliness. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, wait. I'll chime in after you had something you were saying. Sorry.
Okay. The idea of sacrifice of flesh or fleshliness, that is Abel and his sheep, versus monetary goods, that is that which comes up out of the ground and you just collect. So like worldly goods, earthly goods, where the sheep is the higher sacrifice than grains, because it's about sacrificing self and fleshliness and like giving up pride, ideas like that, which is why the name Abel means vanity and the name Cain means transition. And the real crime against God here is a person not finding humility.
Yep. That's exactly right. It's the humility, the understanding that we are the less than.
Okay. I think so I don't remember exactly the way that I was taught this verse, but if I remember correctly, it was like they were basically price gouging the people who were unable to they didn't necessarily have the means of bringing a chicken or a goat or whatever from a distance to the temple. So they were going to purchase one from the merchants there. And those merchants were like basically price gouging them. And that was what made them thieves.
Let's say they were price gouging and it was just horrible and ridiculous. Let's just grant that. The idea of a blood sacrifice of a blemishless offering on the in the temple and on the sacrificial altar is literally the idea of blood magic, that forgives us sin. So they're price gouging blood magic, and that doesn't cause people to be any longer without sin anyway. And besides that, it was a rabbi at the time that once a year would speak to the people about whether or not their sacrifices were sufficient or whether they needed to give more sacrifices. And it would be through taking an opaque bag filled with black and white stones. And if a white stone was pulled out, then God forgave and the sacrifices were enough. And if not, a black stone, in which case the people needed to make more sacrifices. But it was the rabbis that prepared the bag full of stones. Who's to say whether or not they put only black stones in there? Well, it depends on how well the year was going, whether or not they needed more money.
Well, so to your point, and actually I think that's brilliant, and I'm just going to land the plane super quick on this one and posit this. Duh, McFly, you're the unblemished sacrifice that God was seeking. Not the goat, not the scapegoat, not the scape dove, not the rabbit, not any of that. You were supposed to present yourself as without spot nor wrinkle. You were supposed to willingly sacrifice yourself to God, and instead you scapegoated an animal. Coward.
Yep.
Well, everybody agrees that the blood sacrifice was a representation of Christ shed in his blood?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's the interesting thing. In my presentation the other day, if you guys haven't seen it, go watch it. It was on Melchizedek. It was very interesting and edifying in a lot of ways. I learned a little bit about the priesthood in the tabernacle, right? Specifically, the descendants of Levi and their purposes in the temple, right? And those men, they're priests, right? And part of their job is to collect tithes, right? And then they would redistribute whatever that is collected back to the people and give them the things that they need, right? People who actually need stuff, right? Now, They were not doing that, right? They allowed sellers to come in. They clearly hoarded whatever tithes that was given to them. So if they're not giving back to the people, right, but yet still they're collecting tithes, what are they in God's eyes? They're robbers. They're robbing the
Tithe.
people. They're robbing God.
You can think of tithes as a 10% tax to support the Levite priesthood or the nation of Israel. It was a 10% tax. That was
I
just a
know that,
tax.
but
And then
no,
the
I know that, but
free,
you can go read it. It clearly states, because the tithing wasn't just about money. It was about goods that you offer. So even if you have vegetables, you got to give a tenth of that.
right.
Meat, tenth of that. Like all of that would have to be given, right? And all of that would have to be redistributed to the people. They're supposed to be redistributed to the people who did not have it. That was not happening. And instead, they were essentially, at least it seems to me, they were profiting off of that. So as far as I was concerned, just having that base knowledge and understanding, right? Them being called robbers is apt because they are robbing from God. They're taking what is God's and making their own by not doing what they were supposed to do with it in the first place.
I
Okay,
can
so
agree with that. But
I'm going to speak in code real quickly for those who caught, and for those who didn't. I suggest you go back and watch it because it's extremely well presented and very well worth your time and education. Batman's presentation of his research that he found in looking up the words Melchizedek, Melchi Shalom, or Melchizedek, king of Salem. Um, and what I'd like to point out to anyone who's seen that, or specifically right now to Batman, is that he is the first priest. And that's the way priest is being continuously used. So in application, in consideration of the research that you found and I found as well, the word priest can only mean one who is like unto, or in the likeness of, or of the classification of Melchizedek, who has no father, no mother, no lineage, and is a priest to the Most High God, the King of Peace, the King of Righteousness.
Yeah,
You see my point?
I understand him. Melchizedek he was another incarnation of Christ. Just like it talks about.
I believe that's completely correct, and so thoroughly correct. But it must be applied everywhere the word priest is used, because that is how it's being used. It means Jesus.
Yeah, but okay. So I know that I'm a little bit animated for this one, but take for example in Hebrews, right? When Paul was pointing out the reason why these men had to be like physically perfect, it was to make up for the fact that they were not spiritually perfect, right? They're supposed to be emulating something that's perfect. So to make up for that, right, they had to be physically perfect. Even the tabernacle, right? The tabernacle is a imperfect representation of the actual tabernacle that is in heaven, right? It's a cheap heaven, so to speak, right?
It's a temporary representation of heaven.
Temporary representation. Okay, that's a nicer way of putting it.
That's why they use the word tent.
Tent. Yeah. So when you keep that in mind, right, and what the priesthood is supposed to represent, right? This is I now have a very different understanding as to why Jesus was so angry.
Why is that?
Because it's a distortion. They're supposed to be representatives of him, right? They're supposed to be in the order of Melchizedek, right? But they're completely distorting it. I mean, I say in the order, but you get what I'm saying.
As soon as they claim to be in the order is a distortion. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So they take it as a order, so to speak, when realistically it's supposed to be a representation, right? Because remember, if Melchizedek is the priest, right? He's the highest priest, right? He has his tabernacle, right? And he operates within that tabernacle. He's also a judge, right? Now these priests, right? They judge, they work they operate in a tabernacle, right? And they're supposed to be perfect. You see where I'm connecting this now? So if you are supposed to be the head priest and you walk in and you see complete distortions of your tabernacle and your priests, right? And what your tabernacle is supposed to represent, which is to bear good fruits, then you're going to be furious, right? So this to me, it highlights even more, because I didn't really understand fully why Jesus was so angry, because, but now it makes even more sense why he was so angry and why he called them robbers. Because there shouldn't even be any selling happening in the temple in the first place, right? But it's even more egregious knowing the fact that, and he had called them out on it, they're not bearing any fruits.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, he called them out and called them the synagogue of Satan. And so the veil was torn, and now we are the temple of the Holy Spirit. God lives in us.
The temple veil was torn?
Yeah, the temple veil was torn from top to bottom after the cross, I think it was. And so when Christ was
immediately
money changers, he called them your father, the devil, the synagogue of Satan. They weren't representing him right. He was being misrepresented by these people who were money changers, just like we have now, these fake Jews that say they're Jews, but they're just money changers. They're the same damn people, money changers.
The false Jews. Yeah.
Right. So immediately upon the rejection, anytime each one individually rejects, not necessarily some people group, but individually we have a choice, right? So those individuals, they might not know, right? And of course, if they have a heart condition that is receptive, then at the point of knowledge, they would accept it. But as a whole, what's happening is that together they're becoming robbers. They're telling people that they can, just skirt around what is the law. Of course, that law has been condensed. And so you can't really skirt the law anyway, regardless of whether it's this long drawn out law or if it's condensed.
Okay, guys, we're going to have to do wrap up thoughts. This is going on 5 hours already. I know it seems to me an hour and a half or whatever, but I know that's inaccurate. I can see a timer.
I just realized that, yeah. So my final thoughts, this has been fun. Yeah, I think that just multiple layers, just keep digging into the layers to learn more. I find it interesting. I was going to say, I'll say this quickly. My thoughts on, so the first verse, right, that we were talking about in the beginning, there was this is actually a verse that I asked a good friend of mine who is, she's a native Hebrew speaker, what because obviously there's no verb for to be in Hebrew. It doesn't say there was light. What does it say? And she looked at me and she said, light. And then she made this gesture where she just like snapped her fingers and shook her head. And I just kind of laughed at her we just kind of had a giggle over it at the time and moved on in conversation. But I think that it's really interesting that like it does go back to even this gesture of shaking the head, that it's like that we don't really have a word for it in English, but there are layers to it that we can uncover, layers of understanding that we can uncover. So, that is all. And thank you.
Yeah, light as in enlightenment, that which shakes the brain, shakes the head. Yeah, it's very interesting.
So I'd like to go next. Yeah, I appreciate you having me up, D-Doc, the whole panel. Everybody, appreciate that. I tend to be of the same mindset as GS. I know he's posited it before. It's like I don't necessarily care how to get there, as long as I get there, right? And it's nice to opine on the different possibilities, but as long as I get there, I'll be happy. Thank you, D-Doc.
Thank you. Rocky, Batman.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Peace. I'm out.
Thanks for coming by, Rocky. Batman, generally.
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Only when you're speaking, though.
Damn it. I'll try to do that more.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the stream and hosting the community so we can discuss these things. As usual, it's always a learning opportunity, despite the fact that you'll come across ideas that are not very comfortable. But it's pretty good to know that they exist for the purposes of challenging them and kind of getting people to think about those ideas in a deeper sense. And I appreciate that video that you shared earlier, mainly because I think it reinforces that the Bible has many ways of bringing people to Christ, right? It doesn't matter if you're a complete, idiot, so to speak, or if you're an intellectual, you're a mathematician, or you're just a wild guy that likes to be out in the open, right? There's something for you that allows you to at least consider Christ. So, thanks again. This was edifying.
Generally, the floor. AFK. All right.
No,
okay.
I'm here. I'm just trying to get a link for I Am Batman together here real quick for my gaming channel. Do you have are you gonna? I know you got to go. But I found this to be very, very interesting. Okay, I'm linking it right now.
I don't have to
Batman.
go. I'm just getting hungry.
No, I got it. I understand. It's probably good for me to take a break too as well. I want to point out a couple things. I want to when people tell you who and what they are, you should really listen to them. You really should listen to them. When they tell you who and what they are with a descriptor, like for instance, if I've got like some smart butt, title, where I'm mocking God or I'm mocking other people, or you should not take me seriously. And I've done that, by the way, not the mocking God part, but I've utilized my platform or my visage or my avatar to mock other people before. And so I'm stepping on my own toes here. So when I tell you exactly who and what I am, you should believe me. And so you're going to see an example of when people try to push themselves onto you. They try to push their hang-ups, their problems, their ideology, and say that it's your ideology, or if they've been church hurt before. They'll come in, they'll hear a couple words out of your mouth, they'll make a bunch of assumptions about how you believe, what you believe, when you believe, and why you believe. We witnessed that with Richard. I thought he handled it very well with patience and temperance. When someone asserts because you believe this Bible or you state this and you've never stated that, and they just attack you, and then when you respond with kindness and patience and temperance, and then they rage quit when they realize that they just made an absolute fool of themselves. Sun Tzu famously said, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. But the Bible says, when you encounter the devil, speak a proverb against him. Who among us will take up a proverb against the devil? Faithful are the wounds of a friend, deceitful are the kisses of an enemy. Beware the flatterer's tongue. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Richard. I grow every time I'm in this channel. Thank you.
As you grow me. And for that matter, thank you all for adding to my experience. I can never repay you except to say thank you. And I appreciate it. So, yeah, there were some people came in and slammed brakes, and we're going to have that. That's part of life. But I'd rather put up with someone slamming the brakes if eventually they will get to an actual conversation, rather than dismiss them offhand and have no influence in their lives that could be positive for them. People ask me why I speak to crazy people on the street, homeless people and such that have drug issues and whatever, because I think I have something to offer them that would benefit them. And if I don't offer that, then it can't benefit them. And that would be a very, very sad thing. So I thank you all in that idea for your patience today, for allowing some of those brake slammings to go on, because it may pay off to that person who was slamming the brakes in the future. So thank you all for your patience. Thank you also for everyone who filed through. We had several people file through, including Marty and Sammy and El Perro, and I think some others too. So thank you all very much. Till next time, and there will be a next time in the unending conversation, that never-ending conversation. Thank you all for coming by. I look forward to the day that we're all great friends. Peace.